Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. We begin tonight with major breaking developments in the disappearance and suspected kidnapping of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie out of Pima County, Arizona. After months of it being secret, authorities have now released the contents of 2 ransom messages connected to the investigation, and investigators believe the person behind the words may have exposed something about themselves. The first message demanded $4 million in Bitcoin, and the amount increased to $6 million if they did not meet that deadline. And the second one definitely took a different turn. The writer claimed Nancy died shortly after she was taken and referred to a possible heart-related emergency, used a disturbing phrase as buried in nature. Today, 6 months later, Nancy still has not been found. Pima County Sheriff Nanos put out a video that we're going to watch and discuss, and Savannah makes a statement, and a whole lot more on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my pain, but I'll rise again. Just watch me stay. I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roll, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm in a unbreakable storm, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood, and I'm done with shame. For everyone cold, too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul through the fire.
Thank you, BL.
My scars are glorious, my strength, my faith, faith in my heart, fire in my blood, energy
Welcome, Caroline.
clutch them pearls.
Let's go, mother chickens.
Hold up, lights on, chat in the room, another late night and another headline blooming. Coffee gone cold, but the story got heat, and one little detail keep tapping my screen. Coming in clutch, when the timeline bends, we don't just scroll, we connect loose ends. Somebody said nah, that's probably enough, but the chat said Justin, we're coming in clutch. Run that back, don't rush that part. Something fell wrong from the very first start. Different day, same shaky excuse, and the math ain't mathing when we check the proof. I'm not here to play detective for fame, I'm here when the story starts changing names. One clip, one call, one post too much, and the whole room knows we're coming in clutch. Coming in clutch, yeah, the facts stay loud. Truth don't hide when we bring the crowd. Screens lit up and the chat don't sleep. We dig real deep where the stories get steep. Pearls in the chat, lights in the back. Somebody better explain why the story went flat. You can dodge one question, maybe dodge two. With the internet clock, what you said don't cue. Wait, Say that again, you said it was there, then it wasn't back then. You said you forgot, but the record got saved. Now the chest wide awake and the room just changed.
Coming in clutch when it all gets strange, when the facts get buried and the tone starts change. We don't need drama, the truth does enough, that's why they pull up, we're coming in clutch.
Late night crew, yeah, we built this thing. One live stream turned to a whole damn ring. Members in green miles holding it down. Whole chat moving like a small town crowd. No fake hype, no lazy spin. Just one more clue and we're back again. If it don't sit right, we don't let it slide. We put the detail right up on live.
Coming in clutch, say it one more time. Whole room locked on the very next line. From the first red flag to the final touch, you know where to be, we're coming in clutch.
When the screen fades out and the night gets still, somebody somewhere knows truth comes real. We'll be right here when the next facts drop. Coming in clutch and we don't just stop.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You certainly have a lot of options anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is August 1st, 2026. It is currently 7:23 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. How you doing? Good to see you all. Thank you guys so very much for joining me. A lot coming out in the Nancy Guthrie case today. Let me just say, definitely a lot coming out in the Nancy Guthrie case. We're at the 6-month mark, and they have just released these. We've actually got the photos of what these ransom letters look like with the official Pima County seal on them that I'm going to show you, that so you know that they're 100% authentic. Also, Savannah has put out a statement. She did a letter the other day, or not a letter, a video the other day, and Sheriff Doofy came out and did a 6-month update. So we got a lot for you guys in this show. If you would be so kind, my beautiful pearls, and please hit that thumbs up button, would greatly appreciate that. Also, if you would consider sharing this live stream out, hit that share button, copy that link, drop it in any of your favorite social media. And for my YouTubers, if you would please hype this video. You get 3 hypes a week on YouTube every week. They're absolutely free, and if you don't use it, you lose it. And it has to be after the live stream on your phone or your mobile device. Good to see everyone in chat. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you, Farm Girl. Good to see you. Lolo, Miss Shari, Connie, PGH, Lolo, 603. How you doing? Miss Susan, Miss Yarika, Mama's the Bomb. Good to see everyone. You guys were so generous. Thank you guys for the gifts and all of that. Really do appreciate you. Lady Madonna, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you, my dear. Appreciate you very much, lady, for the 440. Miss Brittany, thank you for the sunshine. Appreciate you very much. Good to see you, Brittany. And BL, very generous of you, my friend. Thank you for the 800. Turn it up. Turn it up. Jules, appreciate you, babe. Caroline, thank you so much for renewing your membership, my dear. Appreciate you very much. So good to see you, my friend. How you doing? Laura, thank you for the unk. Thank you for the unk. I appreciate you, darling. Good to see you. Thank you very much for that. Miss Susie, thank you for the silver star. Appreciate you, babe. Good to see you, Miss Susie. User German, how you doing? Thank you for the 200 jewels, my dear. Really appreciate you very much. Good to see you. And just say Julie, how you doing, girl? Thank you for the clutch. Appreciate you, my dear. And Clippy, thank you for the hiding jewel. Appreciate you very much. It's gonna be, get comfortable, guys, because we got a lot to talk about this evening. A lot to talk about. Timothy, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Ooh, I almost ended the live stream right there. Don't want to do that. We just started. Get comfortable, get your favorite snack or beverage, because we got a lot. Hold on one second. He may want to look at this again. 3.7 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house. Okay. Okay, I'll look at that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, I'll show that in a minute, Cassie. Yeah. Yep. I'll show that again. Justin, do we need Tylenol? Probably. Or your blood pressure medicine. Make sure you take that. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's get it started. Where should we start? I think maybe we should start with Sheriff Doofus first. I don't know about you, but let's start with Sheriff Doofy. Um, he did a 6-month update in the investigation into Nancy Guthrie that what do you guys, my question is, why do you guys think that Sheriff Doofy has now put out these letters? Is it because we pretty much already knew what they said, or is it because they don't mean anything? Is it because they have more and that they don't really need to keep this secret anymore? I mean, like, what is your, because the police only do things for reasons, right? It's only for a reason. Laura, good to see you, my friend. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, honey. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you very much. Got a one-up Savannah, probably. That's for sure. I think they don't mean anything, Brittany says. Okay, very interesting. Jeanette says, hey, Chris Robinson, how you doing? He's an egomaniac. Did not want to share the limelight with Savannah. I can see that. To take attention away from something else. I'll say it in a bit full of sawdust. You're full of sawdust? Uh-oh. Because FBI profilers have suggested that he do so. Kash Patel called him out and he wants to forget. Yeah. Well, we're going to watch Sheriff Doofy here. So let's get ready to rumble. Hey, Brian, good to see you. Sky Maiden, everyone rolling in here. Here we go.
Mark, 6 months since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home. Where does the investigation stand right now?
It's very active. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. We've done a lot of work, but we still have more. And there's not just in DNA, where labs across the country are working together, but in forensics, analysis of thousands and thousands of videos, photos. And we also have still tens of thousands of tips that come in, and we actively work on them. So it's a very active investigation.
The department released 2 ransom notes. Why now?
Well, really 2 reasons. One, it's out there. People have been, media has covered some of this.
Right, which was one of my questions, like, why now? Well, now I'm going to show you those ransom letters here in a minute. We're going to talk about them and all that. But yeah, why now? It is true that True Crime Junkie and them put out more of this that they had seen.
And we just saw what was being said and felt like we need to put something out that's really accurate. And this was the time we felt like investigating.
Yeah, because Sheriff Doofy is, he's the one that's, full of accuracy, right? He's the one that's full of everything being so accurate.
It just felt like there's a number of pieces of information in these notes that it just might jar someone to say, I've heard that, or the wording, the style of the writing is, it might jog somebody to kind of think about who would have written this? How was this done?
Now, that makes me wonder, like, because he's saying that, that makes me feel like they don't have anybody when he says something like that. I mean, maybe they still want, people to call in if they, think that they know who maybe wrote this letter. but it makes it seem like they don't have anybody because they're, somebody that sounds like that. Well, do you not have anybody in mind? And guess what? Sheriff Doofy says everyone is still a suspect. Even though he tried to shame us something fierce for having opinions on what they did at Tommaso and Annie's, which again, I'm not saying they're involved. I have truly no idea. Tanya says, I heard he took the post down soon after he posted it, so thought it was accidental. I'm not on Instagram or Facebook. I don't know. The everyone's a suspect? Is that what you mean?
I think anybody who reads them, my investigators, we look at it, and clearly there's things in there that are very concerning to our investigative team. So we hope that by releasing the actual note, we'll get some response from the community.
Did the Guthrie family know you'd be releasing this?
Absolutely.
6 months in, what's your relationship with the FBI?
Well, you don't talk to the Guthrie family. So I guess the FBI told the Guthrie family.
FBI.
It's a good relationship. It's always been a good relationship. We've been a member of the...
Let's give him a big BS.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Now, he knows that ain't true. He knows that is not true. Sheriff Doofy, you are not a fan of the FBI.
It is known as the Southern Arizona Violent Crime Task Force, headed up by the FBI for decades. We've always participated, and to this day we still do. It's not just a great relationship, it's one that's very valued.
What's your message to the community?
We think somebody knows something. We hope that by releasing some of this information, it will jog somebody to think about what.
I'm sorry, but if it ain't jogged anybody by now, are they going to come and tell? I mean, the only thing I could think of is like somebody got pissed off at their boyfriend or their husband or something like that. Maybe time will weigh on their hearts, or
A lot of people have called us with information, but we also know a lot of people are hesitant to do so. And so I hope that by constantly reminding the public, we're here, we're not going anywhere. If you have information, someone knows who this person is. Someone knows something. We want that person to call us. We need that phone call.
Why haven't you held a press conference about this case?
Big waiters.
The press conferences are actually more designed for when you have a very specific piece of information that you want out in front and you need help with. We do that. In this regard,
Sheriff Doofy, you wasn't even going to share the picture of this guy. You wasn't even going to show the picture of Porch Guy if Cash didn't put that out.
We felt like
just
a media release was sufficient.
What's your message to the Guthrie family?
We're still here. We are not going away. If you could just see the team working, you would see the energy, the concern. They're fired up, and we'll continue to work this case hard.
Is there anything that I forgot to ask or that you want to add?
There is a number of issues have been brought up about people being cleared of this investigation.
Here we go.
We served a few search warrants. We talked to individuals.
I hope you've served more than a few. I hope you have served a lot of search warrants with phones, with homes, with cameras, with more than a few.
And we move on, because if the evidence is there, we continue that path. But that doesn't mean those individuals are cleared. It just means that we...
Well, but I mean, listen, I'm sorry. But after 6 months, especially with these investigations the way that they are, these high profile. Listen, if these individuals have nothing to do with it, you need to tell so they can get on with their life, because people are naturally are curious about this, and a lot of people drag their names and all of that, and that's not fair to them. You know, piss or get off the pot, doofy. Let's get on with it. So clear them or don't, but you need to say something, in my opinion.
Met with them because we felt like there was a need. There was probable cause established through evidence, tips, whatever, and presented to a court, and we went on. Does that mean those individuals are cleared? Not necessarily. It just means that we took a look at something that was concerning to us, and now the evidence takes us elsewhere. But more to that point, I can't be more clear. I said this earlier on, and I said it.
He says there, listen to what he just said there. He said it doesn't mean that they're clear, but it just means the evidence took us elsewhere. So does that mean they're not part of it? I am sure you had a search warrant with Tommaso, took their car, absolutely, but cleared them. No one is cleared. Again, he talks out of both sides of his, you know what I mean?
Again, the Guthrie family is not and have not been suspects in this investigation. We have talked with them.
Let me go back.
The Guthrie family is not and have not been suspects in this investigation. We have.
Okay. So he says the Guthrie family was not and has not been suspects in this investigation. But he says no one is cleared. Again, just what Cassie just said in chat. Well, sir, you did search warrants on them. I believe Ashley Banfield, when they were looking at, when she talked to your guys, and they said they were looking, I'll just say from allegedly at Tommaso. And if they're cleared, why are you not clearing the other people that you did the search warrants on? It doesn't make sense. But he says no one is cleared. Thank you, Happy Farm Gal.
Talked with them, worked with them. They are not suspects. They are victims of a very horrific crime.
If someone does have information that may help investigators, where should they call?
Either tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or 520-351-4900 is the Sheriff's Department.
I gotta go back.
Felt like there was a need. There was probable cause with them because we met with them because we felt like there was a need. There was
Okay, he says we met with them. That would be Carlos. That would be Luke Daly. We met with them because we felt there was a need. Okay. They developed probable cause.
Probable cause established through evidence, tips, whatever.
Established through evidence or tips. Whatever.
And presented to a court, and we went on. Does that mean those individuals are cleared? Not necessarily. It just means that we took a look at something that was concerning to us.
I think that with Carlos specifically, I think they fucked up with Carlos specifically. Luke, not so sure. Carlos, I think they did. I can't get over learning how he lied about his work disciplinary history using excessive force that hospitalized a victim, resigned from El Paso before being fired. It was resign or be fired. Yeah. Look at his eyes when he talks about the Guthrie family. There's something more than what he's saying. I'm wondering if he's playing with words. You know, I mean, he says the Guthrie family. Is Tommaso considered the Guthrie family?
And now the evidence takes us elsewhere. But more to that point, I can't be more clear. I said this earlier on, and I say it again. The Guthrie family is not and have not been suspects in this investigation. We have talked with them, worked with them. They are not suspects. They are victims of a very horrific crime.
If someone does have information that may help investigators, where should they call?
Either tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI or 520-351-4900 is the Sheriff's Department tip line. You can even call 911. We just need you to call.
I don't know. You know, that's the thing.
6-month milestone. A lot of people want to check back in on this case.
I don't know. That's the crazy thing, right? Are they suspects? Are they? He says they're not suspects, but he says everyone's a suspect. But again, I believe Ashley Banfield in her reporting. I absolutely do. You guys know I was the one that put out the thing about the lie detector test before anybody else, and. You know, they may have been, how can I say this? Obviously they were probably looking at Tommaso and Annie in the beginning. Maybe they were looking at them too hard and not looking in places where they should, and lost evidence in that time. You know, sometimes they can be on a warpath for someone they think may be involved and they're really not, and the other evidence goes to the wayside. Guthrie is not Tommaso's last name. That is true. Pam, thank you so much, love. Appreciate you very, very much. Good to see you, Miss Pam. Guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button or double tapping that screen if you're on mobile, doing all that good stuff. Hello, nice Marie. Good to see you, dear. Hello, Miss Kels. How you doing? This is a new video that we're going to get to here in just a moment, but I want to get to everything else before then. I'm going to give you the press release that came out, and it is dated for yesterday, but the press release says some things here. Of course, media release Nancy Guthrie investigation update video and ransom note details. We're going to show you the ransom notes, the actual ransom notes here in a minute. July 31st, 2026, the Pima County Sheriff's Department and FBI Phoenix Field Office have been working together for the past 6 months to locate Nancy Guthrie. Nancy was last confirmed at her residence in Catalina Foothills neighborhood. That's interesting. It says confirmed, that it is confirmed that Nancy was last seen. Okay. So they have to have that. I think that's a big thing, in my opinion. She was last seen at her Catalina foothill. Is there video that we don't have? Is it on the doorbell? Whatever. But they are saying Nancy was last confirmed seen at her home. So I think we can safely say, and I've always thought that she made it home and all of that, but that Nancy made it home. She made it home. Yeah, like tunnel vision. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to say that part right there. Nancy was last confirmed at her residence in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood in Tucson on the evening of January 31st, 2026. Through our collective investigation resources with the assistance of the private sector, we have recovered videos, plural, from her residence showing an unidentified male who knows what happened to Nancy. Another thing here, I find that very interesting because it doesn't say just Nancy's home, right? What does it say here? Through collective investigative resources with the assistance of the private sector, that's you and me, we have recovered videos from her residence showing, okay, no, it says from her residence. Well, it says with the assistance of the private sector, we have recovered videos from her residence showing an unidentified male who knows what happened to Nancy. 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera may be from 2 separate days. Those videos are critical to our understanding of the unidentified male's behavior and choices. They indicate he took steps to prepare for an event on the night of January 31st to February 1st. That made chills go down my spine. That made chills go down my spine. Brandy, thank you for 19 months. Rockstar. Appreciate you, babe. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And Patty, thank you so much for your jewels, my darling. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, babes. One person, in my opinion, yeah. What just makes me, the videos are critical to understanding of the unidentified male's behavior and choices. This is what makes the chills go down my spine. They indicate he took steps to prepare for the event on the night of January 31st to February 1st. Yes, the plants did grow. Yes. Yeah, that as well. Hey, Cindy. That is creepy McCreeperson, if you ask me. This guy took steps to do this to Nancy Guthrie. He was preparing himself to do this to Nancy. Creepy as creep. Caroline, thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you. Thank you for the clutch. Jules, babe, good to see you. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Premeditation, executed and carried out. Hey, Granny, good to see you, hon. So basically, they planned the kidnapping. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. We are asking for the public's continued assistance and are confident that you can further the effort. We know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior around the time frame of the videos to include. Now, again, I might be reading too much into this part. I don't know. But it says we know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male. Does that mean they know who he is? And it makes me go back to people like Luke Daly. Does he know more? Did Kayla Day know more? I don't know. Thank you, Ginger, for 23 months. It's my anniversary too. Love my happy anniversary, girlfriend. How you doing? Hi, Justin. I don't mean to throw you off topic, but I came in and I have to say your sound is amazing. Well, thank you. I have the mono mic. It's a it's the top of the line of mono. What a Maano, not mono. That's a kissing disease. If it is publicly known that she had severe health conditions prior to the kidnapping, if she was kidnapped, then it was poorly planned. I don't think this guy is some. I definitely don't think, you know, he's this affluent, highly educated guy. You know, I think he's probably a college graduate, and that's about it. It does feel like they know who he is, just building a case, gathering evidence. It makes me wonder, like, do they know who he is, and are they just watching him while they build the case? Because that happens a lot too, right? They'll just build the case while they're watching him, getting everything together before they arrest him, right? So now she didn't make it to Annie's. No. They're not saying that. Not saying that at all. I'm so confused. Or are we speculating? No. She was last seen at her house in the later hours on January 31st to February 1st. No. She went to Annie's. She came home. Tommaso did drop her off. And she went inside. She absolutely confirmed made it home. I think the porch guy is a patsy. They're being used and eliminated on the... See, I don't think that, in my opinion. Everyone has a lot of opinions on this case, but I don't think that. This guy was there on January 11th and January 31st. He took... They're saying this guy took, how did they word it? Critical to our understanding of the unidentified male's behavior and choices, they indicate he took steps to prepare for the event. What's the event? The event is abducting Nancy on the night of January 31st to February 1st. I just don't think this guy's going to put himself to be a patsy, in my opinion. I think this is the guy that did this to Nancy, whatever he did. It doesn't mean he's the guy that wanted her dead. It just means this is the guy that they believe who did this. Again, we don't know everything that they have as well. But none of us know at the end of the day. And maybe that's why Nanos mentioned Saturday night once, because the investigation went back to last time she was seen. And maybe that's why Nanos mentioned Saturday night once, because the investigation went back to the last time she was seen. Absolutely. They were also looking in the early morning hours of one day as well. I can't remember when it was. Okay. So they say, we know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior, not their behavior, his behavior, around the time frame of the videos to include. So they're going to give us a list of what this guy may have been acting like. Thank you, darling. Good to see you. I think there's a mastermind. Somebody's the mastermind for sure. for sure. Who that is, whether it's this guy or somebody else, I have no idea. But they're saying a change of mood or displays of anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. A change of physical appearance, hair color or cut, growth or removal of facial hair, etc. Unexplained injuries, cuts on hands, bruises, etc. during the period Nancy was last seen. Normal routine changes, missing work, classes, or appointments. Sudden departure from the area around the time of her disappearance. Vehicle cleaning and or repairs. Unexplained interest or disinterest in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. Noticeable intense interest or disinterest in the investigation, or an unexplained knowledge of the situation, right? So those are all really good points. You know, what really makes me question about some of this is this guy, whether it was the 11th or it was the 31st going into the 1st, it was always the weekend. Always the weekend. Why was it always the weekend that he came to the home? Thank you so much, Lolo. Appreciate you, babe. Good to see you. This is incredible. None of this was released to the public months ago. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Smiley. Good to see you. They should have said this sooner. I agree. Well, someone had an injured hand, but lots of suspicious people in the hood. Yeah. So I want to go over that. So a change in mood, displays of anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. I would say, especially, I would look into wherever this guy worked, if he worked, right? Think of people in Arizona in that area. Think of your coworkers. Does any of your coworkers kind of look like this guy? Did he show any nervousness, irritability? Did he take days off during the time Nancy went missing? A change of physical appearance, hair color. Did he cut his hair, letting his hair grow out? Did he remove facial hair? Did he have any cuts or bruises on his hands during the period Nancy was last seen? Normal changes in, did he miss work, classes, appointments? Did he leave out of town? Do you know someone that left out of town or quit work because they suddenly moved or whatever? Anybody scrubbing the hell out of their vehicle, repairing their vehicle? Any unexplained interest or disinterest in the Nancy Guthrie case? Some people, this person could be, generally, when something like this happens, a person will either go one extreme or the other, right? They will be so very much interested in this case. They may know things that you haven't heard anywhere else. And how do they know these things, right? Or they don't want to hear it at all. They want to avoid it like the plague. Noticeable intense interest or disinterest in the investigation, or an unexplained knowledge of the situation, right? So did this person, for instance, around the time Nancy went missing, and if they talked to you about Nancy's case, did they say something like, yeah, she had a white watch or whatever, they said she had a white watch in the bedroom. Well, that wasn't put out at that time, right? So if they mention something like that to you, or something that you've never heard anywhere else, and, think about things like that. A little bit late, American woman. Good to see you. Rescue Dog Mama, thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for the sun balloon. Really appreciate you. American Woman, thank you for the gold coin. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for the support. Really do appreciate you. Guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button. Consider becoming a member of the Pearl family. We'd love to have you. 2 ransom notes attached. I'm going to show you those in a minute. Were sent to local and national media outlets. The purport to have been written by the kidnappers. The local CBS affiliate in Tucson, KOLD TV 13 News, received the first note on February 2nd. And the second note on February 6th. These communications reveal distinctive patterns of words, choice, syntax, and phraseology that reflect the writer's unique linguistic style. They also provide valuable insight into the person's mindset, motives, and the evolution of their tone over time. As with the unidentified male depicted in the video, we believe these distinctive linguistic characteristics may be recognized to someone who knows or has interacted with the note's writer. A family, a friend, family member, co-worker, classmate, or acquaintance may recognize these patterns of expression and possess information that could help identify the individual responsible. In some cases, there are times when people who may have knowledge initially do not come forward. This may be due to their close relationship with those who might be involved, as well as a concern for their own safety, reputation, or standing in the community and amongst friends. They say they recognize that and all that. So they really want to know about this, who wrote this, right? Mod, thank you so much, my dear, for the silver star. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Luke shaved and switched vehicles. He sure did. But the thing about Luke is I just don't think this is him. I just don't. He looks too thin, in my opinion, for Luke, and the lips. I don't know. All right, so let's move on here. All right, first letter that came into KOLD. Hello, darling. Good to see you. First letter that came in to KOLD. To KOLD News Desk. It's got their email. Subject, news tip. Subject, news tip. Name, redacted. Email address, redacted. Question or comment. Guthrie family, comma. We did not... Oh, wait. Did I do the... Hold on. Sorry, I need to do this one first. I got them out of order. I apologize. This one went to KOLD as well. News tip. Question or comment. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe, but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million US before 5 p.m. Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million US, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday, the 9th. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday, the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiations. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. And there's redacted. She had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, and the white floodlight in backyard was destroyed. Please enter your date of birth. Redacted. Terms and condition. I agree to the terms and conditions. So they knew this. Hey, Callie. Good to see you, babe. Because they thought it couldn't be traced. Yeah, this is the tip line, right? It's an anonymous tip line. So they obviously took this seriously, because nobody at this point, nobody knew about the back of the floodlight, the specific collar, all of that, right? We knew that shortly after this, that there was a floodlight destroyed, but we didn't know it was in this letter. Now, second thing is, the watch is very specific, right? The collar, but I'm going to show you. Nancy had photos with her of this white watch, but I'm going to show you here in a minute. I found some other photos with her having other watches on as well. Okay, so Nancy has more than one watch, apparently, and they said where this watch was and where it was located specifically. So that is why I have always believed these two letters. Always believed the two letters, personally. Pauline, thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the alert. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Hey, Deb. Good to see you. All right, next one. This one goes into KOLD as well. Redacted email address, redacted name, question or comment. Guthrie family. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you can all find peace. We are truly sorry. Redacted date of birth. Or they've got something redacted here. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. They're not showing. What is this redacted right there? What is that redacted? Why are they not showing us all? This is still part of the letter because it's up above the date of the birth. I wonder what they're redacting there. So, a lot of things here. This certainly sounds like compassion. lots of compassion in this, right? Marlene, thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, my dear. You received that. Make sure you thank Marlene for making your day and gifting you a membership pearl necklace. Make sure you enjoy our members only videos and live streams. Just jumped on to say hello to everyone. Hey Nick, good to see you. Kidnappers don't speak that way. They don't have compassion. This was clearly written by a woman. I think it's a woman or a man in touch with his feminine side. But that's just me. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. I mean, this is the thing. How do you not know an 84-year-old? Listen, any 84-year-old is delicate. One in good health at 84 years old is, I mean, what do you expect? She's 84. You do not get better as you grow older. We don't get better, right? Time unalives us. You know, we're on a conveyor belt, right? We're, you know, kids, right? Babies, rather, you know, juveniles, young adults, middle-aged, you know, senior citizen. Done. It's depressing. It's depressing. I mean, yes. And this is the thing. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Rescue Dog Mama. That's so generous of you. Really do appreciate you. Thank you, love. So kind. If you received one of those, make sure you give Rescue Dog Mama a big thank you.
The room's alive. It's in that kind of love and it makes me shine. Here it comes again, pulling me in tight. I got that kind of glow, turning all the night.
Pearl storm, coming in clutch. Pearl storm, that's too much for me. Pearl storm, coming in clutch.
Pearl storm, I can't.
Thank you so much, Rescue Dog Mama. Really appreciate you. Very generous of you, my dear. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. If you received one of those memberships, make sure you thank our beautiful Rescue Dog Mama. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. Very, very kind. I think this person definitely followed the case via media. I also believe the second letter is cleaned up. So when this person is found and charged, the courts won't go easier on them. Won't go easier, which they won't. Like, do you mean to throw them off? Is that what you mean by that? Like, kind of throw them off? Perhaps. First letter written by a criminal or someone with criminal mind. Second letter written by someone who isn't a criminal. No, I think this is the same author. It's the same author. Because how these letters came in, they went to specific. It went to KOLD and another one. It's for just two randos to send it to KOLD. Highly unlikely in my opinion. So but it does seem very feminine here. Now again, I don't know if this is AI or whatever. No, they weren't mailed. Not mailed. These came in a tip line. They went to KOLD.com, I guess, had their VPNs or whatever on, and this is already encrypted. So, like, if I want to give, like, I could create a tip line for me, and I could have it encrypted. I just give my phone number out, right here, and it says tips are considered 100% anonymous unless you state otherwise. They have a tip forum, KOLD.com. And then you write your name, your date of birth. You can make all that shit up. And this tip goes in. They don't know who sends it, right? Because if you can be anonymous, people will talk more, right? And same thing goes with most news stations. With TMZ, for instance, they do the same thing, right? Oh my God, Britney Spears is in the store right now, right? Something like that. So no, there's no written letters or anything. But Guthrie family here. Hello, Savannah here. Right? First letter, hello, Savannah, directly to Savannah. Second letter, Guthrie family, very important. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. She's 84. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. It sounds feminine, if you ask me. She perished shortly after she was taken. To me, this is either a woman or an artsy kind of person. You know what I mean? She perished. She perished. Nobody says perished. Nobody says perished. Sometimes, right, my food will perish. My produce will perish. But when someone dies, you say they died or dead or passed away. That's how you say it. Right? And really, if they really had sympathy that Nancy passed away or died, we truly didn't mean this. She had a heart attack. If you were truly remorseful, you would say where she is and still collect the money. They're willing to give you money still. Right? Perish is a written word like in a novel. Yeah. They have no sympathy. No. Why not return even if they're afraid to collect the money? Well, that's exactly. So again, you look at these letters, and I made this point the other day. The first letter that tells you, how they can send the money and all that stuff, right? And it says, she'll be unalived, right? You have 7 days. She is safe, but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. Okay? This came the second, right? About 48 hours, technically, after she was 36 to 48 hours after she was kidnapped. Now listen, here it says she perished shortly after she was taken. That couldn't have happened. I mean, it could have happened. It could have happened. But your first note, you're saying she's alive, she is scared, but she's okay. She's unharmed. That's right. She was already harmed, or they were just trying to get the money in this letter, the first letter. And I think that they might have thought, let's just say this is for ransom. Just for ransom. Some stranger did some research. Just some random stranger did some research. He thought he would some easy money. He was, down and felt like he couldn't get ahead, and he does this, something terrible like this. And he thought, oh, well, they'll just pay. Of course, they'll just pay. She's worth a buku of money. She'll just pay. But something happened. Something happened. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. That makes me wonder, she is buried in nature now. That does makes me think that she may have been somewhere else for a moment. She's buried in nature now. Well, where was she before the now? Where was she before that now? Holly, thank you so much for the finger heart, babe. Appreciate you very much. So good to see you, Miss Holly. Thank you very much, love. If it was ransom, why send sorry for your loss letter afterward? People who want ransom won't send you, I'm sorry for your loss. Well, I think, sorry, I was going to make my point earlier. It says, I think they just thought that she would pay it, and then they wouldn't have to show any proof. Right? They're loaded, in the first letter, even if she was dead, even if she died, right? When they got this letter and they made the video and they said, okay, we understand you, we're willing to pay, but we still need our mother. They cut off all ties. All ties. They want the money, but they don't want to be caught, right? Declaration of her death shortens the wait time to declare her dead legally, and will and escalate, or estate can be taken care of sooner. Well, if the police or FBI but need her to be deemed deceased, which I guarantee you they will do if this is a nobody case. If this is a nobody case, they're going to make sure she's deemed dead. Did Savannah ever pay? No. No. Never paid. Okay. Nothing you could have done to change the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you all can find peace. Yeah. I mean, think about that. This person is saying, comes in your home in the middle of the night, abducts your mother, right? Wants her because they want money, allegedly. If this is, what we're going with. Wants the money. And then dies And then they write back and say, we're so sorry. We never meant for this to happen. We didn't realize she was that fragile. We hope you find peace, but we're not willing to tell you where your mother is. Sorry. That's insane. It's so cruel. Brittany, it's so cruel to say that. We hope you find peace. Well, we were just fucking fine before this happened. No freaking way the writer wrote the second note is remorseful. No, he's remorseful, or he or she or they are remorseful, trying to not get caught is what it is. That's all. Okay, moving on here. Savannah wrote a post, and it might be better for me to read it here. Let me pull this up instead. Guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button, sharing out the live, doing all that good stuff, double tapping the screen. Look at this. 6 months ago, someone took her out of her bed in the dead of night. We have lived every moment, every breath, and every heartbeat in agony and despair ever since. Every day we wake up and try to be strong and go on, because that's what our joyful and resilient mom taught us to do. But make no mistake, our hearts are in ruins. Thank you so much, Max Italian couple. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for the gold coin. Very kind of you. Our heart are in ruins. Cam and Christine, Annie and Tommy, Mike and me, we spend every waking moment thinking of her, longing for her, looking for her. There is a hole inside of us that can never be filled. There is an ache that cannot be softened, and there is a determination in us that cannot be quenched to find out what happened to her, so that we can give her the dignity of a proper goodbye and celebration of her remarkable life that she so deserves. We are begging for help. We are desperate. We need someone to come forward. Someone knows something. Someone suspects something. Someone recognizes the writing in the ransom demand notes. Someone has noticed something different, strange, troubling, or just unusual. Perhaps with someone they deeply love. Perhaps they are afraid to come forward. Perhaps they are conflicted. Perhaps they are angry or upset of being in this situation. There is a way out to tell what you know. You can do so anonymously. The reward is available. There is a way to end this situation and do the right thing. We are real people facing real grief, doing the best we can, and counting our blessings along the way, most especially in prayers and love from good people, which we feel deeply. We need your prayers. We need your kindness. We need the good to be stronger than the evil. If you are following this story for entertainment or for profit, you are not on our side. You are a part of the harm preparated against her. We will never stop looking for answers, and we will never stop looking for the light. We will always be hoping and praying and believing in the best of our world. In spite of circumstances, this is what makes our faith possible. Please bring her home. And Jenna copied that as well. Thoughts? What are your thoughts on it? I think Savannah is reaching out to the perps involving, including the ones that planned it together. See if they will say something or mess up by making the move. Why didn't Nancy get a notification the first time that someone was at her? That's a good question. Those cameras sent alerts or information hasn't been released. That is correct, right? This is my other question, right? I just thought of this. I just thought of this. You just made me something in my brain. How did they get this guy being there the 11th if there was no subscription? And why couldn't they get all of it if they can get it on the 11th? This camera. We have this guy the 11th without his backpack. Without his backpack. How did they get that? I wouldn't cancel that quick. Well, I mean, just look at this. January 2026 calendar. All right. Look at this right here. This is interesting, y'all. Okay. January 11th. Right? I don't know if they, it was after midnight, but January 11th. That's a Sunday. We'll just say the early hours of Sunday. Right? How did they get this guy being there, and they got the guy on the 1st, the 31st, and the 1st. We'll just say it was the 1st, the early hours of the 1st, February 1st. Now, if they can get it literally 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 3 weeks before. How long does your phone store alerts? I don't know. It depends. Maybe she had a subscription to some cameras, not just to Google Nest. No, I don't think she had it. But this is the thing. Both of the on the 11th with the guy without the backpack. That's the Google camera. That's the Nest camera. Just the same as it's the porch guy. It's just him on the 11th and porch guy on the 1st. How does that happen? I love that picture of Miss Guthrie. You can see where her daughter gets there. Looks, yeah. My first thought after reading her post was, oh, someone is reading the comments and is filling in what was missing in her previous post videos, like mentioning spouses, mentioning all children, etc. Basically, the Nest reacts to someone on the camera and sends an alert to your phone. Yes, a thumbnail image. They found this on her phone. They did find from the inside there was definitely thumbnails. Right. They may have only saved like a lot of the thumbnails. But they definitely got the video on the 1st. Who would know that there was hidden cameras in the home? I don't know. I think it's crazy that Annie would not have, be able to see the cameras on the inside. Like if I had an 84-year-old mother and there was cameras on the inside of her home and she couldn't get around good, she already had cameras there, I'm going to be able to get on my phone to check on you. Period. I mean, just period. It's just that simple. But they said she doesn't. So, okay, I want to show you a couple things here. Do I have the photo? Let me see if I got the photo here saved. So, with the watch, I've got a couple things here. We got a lot of stuff. I don't know if we can get through it all tonight. Check this out. So Nancy apparently has more than one watch. How did they? All right. So take a look at this. Right? All right, so she has a watch there, right? That's the white watch. That's the smartwatch with the band, right? Look at her poor little arms. We didn't know she was that delicate. What the hell? You can swap bands out, yes. But when my son calls to check on me, he does a video chat. That way he can see that I'm okay instead of texting. Yeah. Because I could always lie and tell him, oh, I'm good when I'm not. I mean, this also explains the thing that family had said about how Nancy's had said something at dinner that they only thought was odd afterward. Maybe said she saw that perp thumbnail back on the 11th. I've never heard that, Matt. I've never heard that. Right, so this is a smartwatch, right? And her poor little arms, my God. She's definitely on some blood thinner. That tells me she has really poor circulation. I don't even think it's the blood thinner. I think this is why I'm not a doctor. But I can tell you I've seen a lot working in funeral homes and heard a lot. And many times they will put these pacemakers and these defibrillator combinations in because your heart beats, you're old and your heart beats very weak. And so they will put this device in to keep your heart pumping better. Right? Okay, so you see that watch? Okay, now look at this. Let me just do it like this, actually, so I can zoom in. Right here. Now, there, I mean, she's a little bit younger there, but I'm sure she's got different watches. Hey, Rhonda, good to see you, dog. In my opinion, this was planned in order to pull it off. They had to get Nancy out away from home. So what a great way to plan things. Well, 2 dozen roses, the thing, though, she is absolutely confirmed that she was at the house, according to the sheriff's department. You can't get a death certificate without death being confirmed. I think this letter was a confirmed death. Well, you can get without a death being confirmed in time, and if a judge, there's no activity for so long and with circumstances, the federal government can do it. Does anyone else find it odd that her daughter is a millionaire but yet still had a mortgage? No. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. What does Horsey say? Is Horsey okay? Cherry, we're praying for your daddy. Okay, we got a lot more to get to. Let me pull this stuff up. We're going to go to Crime Junkie real quick. I want to show you this.
I'm back in Arizona, and today is technically the 6-month anniversary since Nancy Guthrie was abducted. So Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos just put out a brand new video addressing a lot of things, and I want to thank the Crime Junkies because all of you that listened and watched me and Ashley's episode last week seems to have really moved the needle as to why the sheriff just released the physical pictures of the ransom notes. Here's what he said about it.
The department released 2 ransom notes. Why now?
Well, really 2 reasons. One, it's out there. People have been, media has covered some of this. And we just saw what was being said and felt like we need to put something out that's really accurate. And this was the time. We felt like investigators felt like there's a number of pieces of information in these notes that it just might jar someone to say, I've heard that. We hope that by releasing the actual note, we'll get some response from the community.
Thank you, guys. It is so important for the public to have all of the information at this point. Something that somebody sees in that ransom note, they hear the language, they hear what this person is demanding.
No, I don't think it's strange for her to have a mortgage or anything like that. They have financial advisors and all that, so I don't think it's odd, in my opinion, at all. I wanted to show you this on 331, 3.7 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house. This guy was looking through my doors and windows last night. Be careful if you see him. I contacted Police Nerdy, put this out. I don't think it's this guy, in my opinion, though. I think there's a lot of loons probably in the area. This guy's he's not wearing a mask. I think this guy is going to wear a mask wherever he goes if he's doing this, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Okay. Now we are going to get to this. Investigators have, quote, tens of thousands of videos in Guthrie kidnapping case, sheriff says. Tens of thousands of videos. We're going to go to News Nation now. Our friend Chris McDonough was on a News Nation talking about this today.
Tonight. This is after 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Tucson area home. The Pima County Sheriff's Office has finally released the alleged ransom notes that were supposedly sent by these alleged kidnappers. Now, as you may know, these notes have been the source of more than a little controversy in the months since Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's mother vanished, mostly because we still don't know if they're real. And though the cops still won't verify their authenticity because of something that I'm going to get into in just a little bit, it is important to read them in full. So here we go. The first alleged note that was apparently sent on February 2nd says this. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million USD, United States dollars, interesting, before 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million US dollars, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. She had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed.
Gwen, who was it? Horsey, thank you so very much for the Cash App, honey. That's very kind of you. Really, really appreciate you, my dear. Is Horsey okay? I didn't see her in chat. I heard you guys talking about her. Thank you so much, Horsey. That's very kind of you. I'm looking for PGH's email right now. Thank you, Horsey. Very sweet of you, baby.
Then you have the second alleged note. Very different tone. This was apparently sent on February 6th, so 3 days before the deadline from that first note. It says, Guthrie family, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you can find peace. We are truly sorry.
Guess what, guys? Our DD is back. Deception Detective. He did a video 9 hours ago. Our big DD.
Now, despite the fact that the sheriff's office couldn't authenticate the notes, they are now asking for the public's help in finding whoever wrote them. Said in a press release, quote, these communications reveal distinctive patterns of word choice, syntax, and phraseology that reflect the writer's unique linguistic style. We believe these distinctive linguistic characteristics may be recognizable to someone who knows or has interacted with the note's writer. Now, the cops also asked for tips on anyone with sudden changes in behavior around the time of Nancy's disappearance, including sudden interest or disinterest in the case. That can be key. So does this plea from the police mean they think the notes are real? Is there something in there identifying the sender? Do you recognize something? Or is this just a Hail Mary play from an investigation?
We'll go
that
look
is
at that in a
finally hit
minute.
a wall? Joining me now for a closer look, so happy to have him, Chris McDonough, the director for the Cold Case Foundation. He is also a retired homicide detective and co-host.
Chris got him a haircut, guys. Look how handsome.
The interview room. Good to see you, sir.
Good.
You tell me, why would they release this now? Why not release it earlier on?
It's been a while.
Well, that's a great question, Jesse, but I think obviously what they're trying to do is legitimate, find a legitimate connection and relationship to the notes and to the suspect.
Thank you, darling.
Is this a smokescreen that came in because of the attention that was drawn to this particular situation, or if in fact they're trying to establish, are these legit?
But they don't have anybody. In other words, if they knew this was one or two people, they wouldn't be making it public. So I don't feel like they have anybody in mind.
Yeah, no, I concur 1,000%. And what's interesting is the structure of the particular notes as a whole. I mean, I've been hammering it all day.
I mean, if you don't have anybody in mind after 6 months and you've got a damn video, come on now. I was just thinking about the Deception Daddy the other day. Yeah.
On some things, and
we're going to see.
I kind of want to point a couple of things out to you.
Please.
First of all, note number one, Nancy is mentioned just one time in this whole entire conversation between note number one and note number two. And the reason that's important is the following. The word we in the very first paragraph there is mentioned 2 times. We have.
That's a good point, Lisa. That's a good point. Remember, Tommaso teaches, and whoever wrote the letter mentioned English doesn't sound like the first language. Tommaso is from Italy originally. right? He speaks Italiano. Yes, that's a very good point. Right? So he's not American. He's full Italian.
We will. Okay? The word she is mentioned 6 times. She is safe. She will be held. She will be released. She will be released again. She will be killed. Now, the other really interesting thing is the word received is mentioned 4 times. Is received,
right?
Not received, is received. And one of those received is spelled incorrectly down there where if payment is not received.
Yes, yes, that there is, and that that also makes me think that this was not ChatGPT. Yeah, he does, Rutui. He does. Yep. That makes me think that this was typed out. Yes, but would still have the same mannerism. Would be really dumb for family to write the letters. Thank you, T. Appreciate you.
So it's almost like the note writer was into a rush. Now, if we go down to the bottom and we see the word she again for this last part about there's a white...
But if it was... where was that? Where was that? That's what Horsey thinks. It's translated via electronic. But if... Like, oh, you mean like translated? If it was like ChatGPT or anything like that, there wouldn't be a misspelling of a word, right?
Smartwatch on the floor. My first question was, does that smartwatch have DNA on it from the suspect? Because we don't know if, in fact, this is true.
And that's a very good point, right? So this guy knew where this smartwatch was. How did I mean, she didn't charge the smartwatch on her floor at the end of her, in the bed, at the end of her bed. Was there a struggle? Did they take it off? Is there DNA on this watch?
That there's a smartwatch on the floor, but did the suspect place it there? And if so, maybe that's some of the
big
DNA.
question is, would only somebody who took her or was part of the investigation know that detail? So when I'm looking at these notes, and you raise a good point, they are distinctive. They are bizarre.
Yeah.
Big question I've heard today is it from AI or did a person write it? And it's phrased so weird, USD, US dollars. It's like, is that person from here or is there an international connection?
Well, you see, I don't know what Chris is going to say here, but I used to think this would be, because it said US dollars, that this would be someone that was perhaps foreign, because they would say US dollars. But now I don't think that. I do think the person's probably foreign. However, I think the reason they put US dollars is because there's so many Bitcoins that they wanted to translate to 4 million or 6 million US dollars, right? They wanted to make sure that they were getting so many US dollars, and they had to say US dollars because of how much Bitcoin they were asking. They were asking for how much Bitcoin it was. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of 4 million US dollars. Whatever how much that is, right? So I think that is why they said US dollars, in my opinion, because they needed whatever the Bitcoin is, whether that's 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin, 3 Bitcoins, to make sure that it was enough for 4 or 6 million US dollars. What's your face being in all poetry, and then the letter saying that is weird. I mean, even Savannah's words are very flowery. You know what I mean? You know, and again, it sounds, she's a female, Savannah, obviously, but every day we wake up strong to go on, but that's our joyful and resilience. And she's, we have lived every moment, every breath, every heartache and agony and despair ever since. There's a hole that can never be filled. There's an ache that cannot be softened, and a determination that cannot be quenched. And then, she talks more on that and stuff. So,
yeah, that's a great question, because, AI certainly could be in play. But when you do that comparative analysis against note number 2, let's take a look at that one as a whole. The Guthrie family is now addressed. Why the sudden shift away from Savannah? Now we're going back to the Guthrie family, and here's what's really stark that jumps out: the word "we" again. The word "we" jumps at 5 times in the second note. We did. We never. What does
that tell you? What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that there's an emotional shift in whoever put these notes together. Whoever used AI, or whoever used, the actual, their own verbiage in relationship to assembling it. There's an emotional shift that takes place. So it's almost a panic that takes place. And then
does that mean that you think it's legitimate? Do you think it's from the same person and it's legitimate? They're telling the truth about what happened here and they feel sorry?
Well, it's definitely not the guy on the front porch. That guy came to take, Nancy Guthrie with a gun.
Well, that's very interesting. Yes, you put your money in US dollars account through a platform, then you purchase the Bitcoin. Very interesting, Kelly. I don't know. I'm pretty illiterate when it comes to cryptocurrency. I don't know anything about it, but that's very interesting. So I think that's right, in my opinion. Kathy, thank you for the gold coin. Appreciate you, dear. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And you look at Annie's letter she left at the memorial at the front of the house. In the letter, it said "we." Yeah. Kathy, thank you for the gold coin. Appreciate you, dear. Thank you so much again, honey. Really appreciate your support. I agree, this does not sound like someone whose first language is English, Italian, Spanish, or Portuguese, in my opinion. Let's see here. No, they're only concerned about themselves, 1,000%. I think the whole buried in nature saying it leans into a very dark pantheism. How do you say it? Like pagan, is making it sound less like a crime and more like a nature documentary narration. I don't know. It's like, if they're sorry, say where the hell she is, where she is. Everyone's buried in nature.
So he's not ending this conversation or this story with "we are truly sorry." That ain't happening. So whoever has assembled these notes, in my opinion, if she was kidnapped, they may have had a softer, feminine approach around Nancy Guthrie.
Well, let me ask you this point, and before we wrap things up.
Sure.
Savannah released this video earlier this week. I was talking about it on Leland's show, where she's appealing to do the right thing. To me, she was like a really nice person, a good person, who may be trying to appeal to the sentiment, the emotion of the writer in the second note, assuming it's real. You felt so bad, you risked telling us what happened. Just tell us now where she is. Is there anything to this?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And look at the word "our" in her statement on Instagram. Our mom, our family, our situation. hour part. So she is trying to reach out to that emotional side of note writer number 2.
You would think CIA could.
I think the BAU.
But a lot of times, this is the thing though. A lot of times, CIA and FBI will not do things that they are capable of for civilians to crack a case, like CIA specifically, because they don't want to put the technology out for our adversaries to know what we can do. And whatever they do has to go through the court system, right? So they can know, but they won't put it all out, because, you know, so they can only put out what they can put out. They go through the court system. They have cracked a lot. So if you remember, oh yeah, they can, yes. But if you remember, Malaysia flight, what was it? The Malaysia flight in 2013. The CIA, they could do something, but they wouldn't, because it would tell them like our technology or something like that. Oakley, thank you so much for the clutch. I appreciate you, babe. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. See, I don't think that's true. Can they? Danish is what I think, but Horsey showed me that they still have no word anything like parish. Yeah, parish is.
You crafted a lot of this.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I hope something comes
I'm
from it.
obsessed with that flight.
So strange. 6 month.
The
6 month mark.
documentaries. All right. So great job, Chris. Great job. All right. I want to go to our DD. Yes. Our big DD. Y'all ready for this?
His disappearance are sharing new details nearly 6 months since she vanished.
Even when a case goes cold, we don't give up on it. God forbid this ever take 50 years, but it could.
That statement from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, who said potentially critical evidence recovered from Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home, hair, came back inconclusive.
That's the latest on missing grandmother Nancy Guthrie, but don't let the lack of evidence fool you. I actually think that is the evidence. So in today's video, let's break it all down. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For early access to new videos, over 60 exclusive videos, and other cool perks, consider becoming a channel member. Link in description. If you're watching this video, I assume you're already familiar with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie from her home in Pima County, Arizona. After all, this is my 15th video about it. So instead of recapping...
I'm so glad to see him back. Seems to me they could have released all of this much sooner, you would think. I don't know where he's been, but I am going to email him and make sure that he's okay. That our big DD's okay.
The entire timeline, I just want to quickly recap my opinion before we dive into this update. First of all, I don't think Savannah helped take her mother, but that doesn't mean she's innocent, at least not anymore, because there's a difference between planning a crime and helping someone cover it up. If Savannah...
I think he doesn't want the FBI to solve it. I think he doesn't want the FBI to solve it. I think he wants to solve it. What are you laughing at, Robin?
Anna, for example, discovered that her sister and her brother-in-law
he's got
Tommaso
a new
Cioni were
room.
responsible and chose...
He does got a new room. DD, are you watching today? Where have you been? I know you're in the bushes somewhere.
to protect them instead of calling the police. she's now an accessory after the fact.
You,
and based on the
Dolores.
numerous inconsistencies between what
Thank you,
Savannah
darling.
says she's willing to do to get her mother back and what she's actually doing, I think that's exactly what's happening. If I'm right about that, the reason why is still a mystery. Maybe she's being coerced or intimidated, but I think the more likely scenario is that she's in deep denial. And based on this new update and interview with Sheriff Nanos, I think he's also in denial about the family, which, unlike Savannah, is actually devastating. Because Sheriff Nanos is in a position to actually investigate the evidence pointing to them, and there's plenty of it, including in this update, which he's not doing. So without further ado, let's break it down.
Investigators looking into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are sharing new details nearly 6 months since she vanished. CBS News national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti sat down with the sheriff at the forefront of the investigation.
Even when a case goes cold, we don't give up on it. God forbid this ever take 50 years, but it could.
That statement from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, who said potentially critical evidence recovered from Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home.
Well, if it takes 50 years, you won't be the sheriff, in my opinion. Thank you, T. Thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you very, very much. DD shirt, free zone. I miss when Pearl used to go through the background. That shit would crack me up. She's a mess. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member for 1 month. Appreciate you, love. Thank you for the compliment. Doesn't sound like he has much confidence. It's
Hair
I'm
came
just
back
kinda wondering
inconclusive.
The first clue that Sheriff Nanos is in denial about the family is the fact that he's saying this could take 50 years to solve when the sister and brother-in-law, as far as I'm aware, have not even been interrogated by the police. The implication is it would take half a century for him to pursue people who statistically are the most likely culprits when a grandmother goes missing, the immediate family, specifically the caretakers who are known to have seen her the night she disappeared. Again, like Savannah, maybe he's being coerced, maybe he's corrupt and being bribed, maybe he's incompetent, but I think the more likely scenario...
Nanos, which we're going to get to that interview next. There, he did another interview, a longer form interview. He says he has tens of thousands of videos to go through.
Based on all the analysis I've done over 15 videos, is that he's simply experiencing extreme cognitive dissonance or denial.
Miss Dolores did it again. Thank you, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you, Metal Dust. They are $15 glasses. Oh, $15.
And you'll see why I'm pointing that out in a moment. So let's keep watching.
Was there blood that is still being analyzed right now that could belong to the suspect or suspects?
I know that there was blood at the scene.
That blood and other DNA, Nanos says, has yielded no results. No new video has been recovered, and it appears the suspect or suspects evaded traffic cameras.
Do you think that the suspect or suspects could be local?
Sure, absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely. Do I have evidence of it? No, but let's look at crime across the country. 95% of your crime.
So you don't have anybody. Okay. Do I have evidence that this person is local? No. But do I have evidence of it? No. He just said. Listen.
Or suspects evaded traffic cameras.
Do you think that the suspect or suspects could be local?
Oh, CDD
sure,
just did
absolutely.
That.
You do?
Absolutely. Do I have evidence of it? No, but let's look at crime across the country. 95% of your criminal.
He just said he doesn't have evidence of this guy being. I read, 4 profiles in the DNA here. Yep. Thank you, Wheezy. Appreciate you guys. Wasn't Tommaso in Italy at the same time all the letters, including the recent one? And why haven't I don't think he was in Italy at that time. And why haven't we heard anything else about the recent one a few weeks ago? I agree. That's a good question. Why? Very good question. But I don't think that he was in Italy then as well. Thank you, love, for that. Appreciate you. Thank you, Cosmic. Appreciate you very much. Very kind of you. Thank you for the flower. Appreciate you. Thank you again, T, for the floating heart. Appreciate that very much. Very kind. Nanos looked when Brian Engine asked about the porch blood right after that news conference, the house crime scene was reopened. He's a doofus. He's a doofus. Would he and Annie be allowed to leave the country? Absolutely, they can leave the country. Absolutely. If you are not a suspect, you can go anywhere you want. One of their hairs, they have didn't have the root. Yes, I keep thinking that's why they want Luke's DNA to match it. Interesting. Interesting thought. Interesting. Taco Cat says, let's take it all into consideration that during an investigation, a lot of truth and pieces are left out to the public. Now, let's say they made a video of Nancy's phone or that camera they removed. Do you mean like the porch guy made a video of Nancy's phone or that camera they removed? Is that what you mean by that? No, it means 4 people's DNA was on this one hair. Nanos keeps saying an arrest will happen soon. How can he say that with no suspect? But does he say it'll happen soon? Because here he just said it may take 50 years. Justin, they were perfect. I purchased a pair. They were only $10 and they have been the best. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, there's another lens company that emailed me. They want to partner with me. That would be my first sponsor. I have noticed that any suspect or a person that they have detained, they all have been of a related. They have all been related descent, it seems. What do you mean? Oh, yes. Yeah. They've all been Mexican or Spanish, right? They took Luke's DNA that night. I watched it live. Yes, but they also took it in May as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And that's how they knew it was a ransom. Hence why they announced on TV and YouTube she did not have a subscription trying to get communication of the perp. So if the hair is not, if a suspect, what does that say? Was it a natural wig? They're not saying it's not a suspect. What they're saying is it's got 4 DNA profiles on it, and it's not a rooted hair. And so our DNA is so long. Now imagine 4 people's DNA, and they have to get each one of those profiles. They're all mixed. And so they've got to, which I don't even know if they have the technology to do 4 people like that. Exactly, Green Eyes, that's what I said. Fifi, I don't think it's him. And I'm working on something on that. And I can't really talk about it right now, but I don't think it's him. Because I've talked to him behind the scenes and stuff. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you, Baby Reds. Thank you so much. You guys are coming in with some good questions tonight. Let's see here. He did say that, but he is not the sharpest tool in the drawer. Nano speaks in riddles and half-truths. Never believe anything he says because he's always contradicts himself. Very true, Miss Kelly. Very true. My opinion, I believe that Nancy was helping the person or persons financially. I've really thought about that, Metal Dust. The same thing, yes. In the past, and she refused this time around. She was familiar with them. I agree. I think Nancy had a good heart, and she probably helped people down on their luck or whatever, and they might have got pissed off or said they would pay her back, and sometimes people panic and unalive someone or plan something like this. I've also long thought that they made a recording of one of the cameras, perhaps the one they removed, thinking the family would be able to watch it on the app, perhaps. I don't know. How long have I been live? 2 hours and 9 seconds. 2 hours and 9 seconds. Sounds like someone out of states. Saying US dollars may go international. I talked about that a little bit ago, Meredith. I think it's because of the Bitcoin. What does the letter they got about the guy willing to tell and where she was for half a Bitcoin? Well, I mean, think about it. If your goal was money, you could still get money if you just say where she was, but they're afraid of getting caught, obviously.
Are where? So right here locally.
I pointed out statistics earlier because Sheriff Nanos is also aware of crime statistics. However, he's cherry picking the ones that don't suggest anyone in the family. In other words, he seems to be turning a blind eye to everything that points to most likely suspects. And that doesn't just relate to theoretical statistical evidence, it also relates to the physical evidence. For example, the person there knocking on Nancy's door had to have gotten to the house somehow. They didn't teleport there, so it's very likely that they were caught on camera. But the thing is, you don't see what you're not looking for. In other words, if it were someone in the family and the police are confident that it's definitely not someone in the family who did this, they would discount every instance of seeing a family car on the cameras. I think that's also what happened with the hair. The hair belonged to a family member, so he's saying that there was no conclusive result because in his mind, it's conclusive that the family is not responsible, therefore the hair is irrelevant. Again, just like Savannah,
I think he's making a big mistake. I kind of agree with the deception detective here. I think he's kind of making a big mistake by saying the family is clear. You notice how the FBI doesn't say that. They will never say that. They just charge. Miss Kelsey, thank you for the high five, my dear. Really appreciate you. Thank you so
I'm
much,
not saying this is because he's evil and trying to help the person who did it get away with it necessarily, or that he's corrupt. Really, I think it just boils down to cognitive dissonance. When you're experiencing it, you just don't know it. Here's how I explained it in a previous video analyzing the blood samples that they discussed in this interview. According to the New York Post, the DNA found in Nancy's house can't be analyzed for a year now because the sheriff sent it to Florida instead of simply turning it over to the FBI. In other words, that's simple.
What? I did not hear about that. It can't be analyzed for a year? DNA in Nancy case could take a, quote, a year to analyze. That's bullshit. There's no way it'd take a year.
Decision might have cost the Guthrie family any chance they had at finding Nancy alive. There's a giant difference between identifying an abductor within 1 month and identifying them a year later. But I haven't seen a peep from any of them. No outrage, no lawsuits for incompetence, nothing. So what's going on here? Well, I think the FBI...
It's very possible. We don't know what they even took out of their home, right? They took stuff out of their home. They've not been back either. As well.
FBI is working with Savannah, and I'm sure they're noting just how bizarre the rest of the family's reactions are. Their reticence to make any...
From, you see, okay, I'll tell you this. from what I was told in the beginning, right? You know how Savannah said her and Annie and them were like all together. I heard that allegedly Tommaso was like at a hotel or something in the first few days afterwards, like staying at a hotel. So I don't know. He did that shit on purpose. He knows exactly what to do this. He's covering it up. I hope he gets arrested. You think Nanos is covering it up? Maybe this porch guy crossed over the border to do the crime and went back across, just so no one can recognize. Well, maybe, but damn, I mean, there's got to be some cameras between Nancy's house and the border. They said they have tens of thousands of videos. Yep, that's what she said. But
appeals to any kidnappers the way Savannah is doing, their reticence to make any complaints about how the police are fumbling the investigation, or any statements or appearances at all. That video was from 5 months ago, and hopefully the point I was making in it is clear. If deep down you're dreading the results of a DNA test, you might just...
Did she not say that? What did she say? I need to go back and listen to that, because I remember she said her and Annie were like holding each other. They said that they had to move because they found some where they were staying. Yeah, but she said like in the middle of the night. I can't remember who she said all it was. So if A&T wrote the first and second note, how could they do it unless they wrote the first one ahead of time? Well, it does seem like the first one, I mean, it came about 36 to 48 hours after, but it seems like it was written before it happened, in my opinion. Very, very ritzy house.
Just go out of your way to send it somewhere where it can't actually be tested, or it will take a really long time to get the results back. In Savannah's case, she might be dreading deep down that the blood actually does point to her brother-in-law Tommaso or her sister, and in Sheriff Nano's case, he might be dreading that it does the same because he's publicly said that the family is not guilty.
Yeah. I mean, I think there would... Dread is a good word. Dread is a good word. Again, I don't know about, Annie and Tommaso and them, but there's some weirdness. Why is there no camera footage of that time in the morning coming out of the Catalina Hills? There has to be video somewhere unless she was taken the way back. They said they have tens of thousands of videos. But one was sent to KODL was a form filled right. They all were. But it doesn't mean you can't write it and copy and paste it. Right? Like write it in a notepad. Chris, thank you so much for the flower. Appreciate you, darling. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And J Coco, thank you for the flower. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I don't care what they're telling people. I strongly believe it happened Saturday night at Nanny's. Was there Saturday night, as it stated the first. A lot of people feel that way. I feel like she absolutely made it home. Her hearing aids and everything was there. There was blood there. And they said it was confirmed that Nancy made it back to her house. So, I don't know.
Indeed, he went beyond that. He actually said that you're a horrible person if you even dare to accuse the family. So when the option comes up and it's the toss of a coin to turn the blood over to the FBI to let them run it or send it somewhere where they might not actually get a result, they might innocently and without even being able to put their finger on it, decide to take the latter option because they know the end result might just be more palatable. But the worst part of this update is yet to come, so let's keep watching.
Our family is in agony. We are in a nightmare that will not end.
On Monday, Savannah Guthrie addressed her mother's kidnapper, who it's believed sent 2 notes to the family before going silent.
So I'm asking you, begging you to do the right thing now. Make the right choice. Help us find her.
You say you are optimistic, you're positive that there will be a resolution here. Is that based on any evidence that you have before you, or is that driven by your gut?
It's based on all the evidence before me. The bottom line here is this: we know more.
That's hopeful, right? We're confident that we will, this will be solved based upon the evidence that we have. Let me just play that little part again.
Optimistic, you're positive that there will be a resolution here. Is that based on any evidence that you have before you, or is that driven by your gut?
It's based on all the evidence before me. The bottom line here is this: we know more than you will ever know, because that's how investigations work.
We know more than you will ever know. Well, yeah, because you have the technology to do that. I can't stand him. I cannot stand him. Because he fucking talks in riddles. It might take 50 years, mother chickens. It might take 50 years. But we're confident this will be solved based upon what we know. And trust me, we know than what you'll ever know. Well, you motherfucker, you cleared the house in 24 hours. You piece of shit. Can't stand him.
Just like O.J. Simpson saying he'll search for Nicole's killer for the rest of his life, Sheriff Nano saying that there's information that he has that we'll never know tells me at least that in his own mind, this case will never get solved. And the thing is, if he remains in charge, I don't think it ever will. And it's not due to incompetence. I think it's due to cognitive dissonance. Early on, he said the family was 100% innocent and ruled them out without even analyzing all the evidence, and then accused anyone who dared to even suggest that they were guilty of being a horrible person, which has put him in a position where it's virtually impossible for him to walk that back. And if there's no one pressuring him to change that stance, like Savannah or any of the other family members who I think are also in denial about it, are directly involved in the sister's case, why would he? After all, he sent the blood off to a lab that still hasn't analyzed it yet, and no one's complaining about that. If you've seen my other videos in this series, you already know my opinion on all the ransom letters. Since day one, I've had the same opinion about them, but they've now been publicly released. So if you want me to do a video analyzing them, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
I will always stay true to you, Big DD. I will always stay true to you and always be a member. Big DD. Thank you for that. Do they not have a public relations speaker? Clearly. Negative. Mr. Corvette. Okay. Guess what? I gotta show you this. If I can find it. Only if I can find it. Okay, here it is. This asshat. ABC 15 was set down with this. I'm so glad to see DD. Okay, ABC 15.
Information is cataloged. Somebody out there knows something, and we need that knowledge if we want to solve this case. we know it's out there. We know somebody knows something. So just like Savannah, we're saying the same thing. And the whole family. If you know something, call us.
Just
When's
like
the last time you
Savannah.
talked to the family?
It's been a while for me. Savannah doesn't deal directly with me. She has a team of investigators, like I say, that she deals with. But she has my number. She contacts me from time to time.
They all do.
Could be a text message, could be a phone call.
That's absolutely true, Ratui. The source that I have at Pima County, they can't stand him.
She knows any time of day or night I'm there for her.
Yeah, it's been a little while. You said probably weeks, months.
Yeah, there's no, trust me, the entire family is upset by this. I think they all have my number, but they also have a team of investigators who work close with them.
Yeah, I think a lot of us who are, and I know you're hopeful in this case as well, but a lot of us who are hopeful, you see a video get posted like that, and us who are outside of the loop and just armchair quarterbacks start thinking, well, maybe this is a sign there is a new lead, or there's something that the family has reason to believe someone is listening. Do you have any indication that may be the case?
You know, the family gets to speak and use the media as I do, and we're very grateful for the media. But no, as far as I think her plea is just that. It's very emotional, as one would expect, and it's very genuine. She just wants her mom back. The whole family wants her mom back.
Are there any fresh leads since we last spoke in February, March?
You know, we continue to get leads. We continue to get tips, but we also continue to encourage people to call that
angry old
line,
man,
to call in any information, because we always say nothing is too small. Don't dismiss something that you think, oh, it's not that big a deal. Call us with it. Allow us to look at it, because there's so much information. It's not just DNA, and it's not just digital video information, or it is tips. And sometimes somebody might call and say, hey, I saw a red
To me, he looks like he smells like coffee breath and cigarettes.
car, and they might dismiss that.
Stale
and it
cigarettes.
may not mean much to us at that moment in time, but all of that information is cataloged, compartmentalized, and then at some point in time, maybe
Hell yes, he
we'll
does.
find the individual we're looking for, and guess what? Maybe he's got a red car. Now we can go back with that information and look at it and research it. So that's why I say it's important to understand all of these investigations. They're very similar in the manner in which they're conducted. This one is no different. But the information, the amount of it, is critical to us.
And that information, I imagine, is slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I think it ebbs and flows. You know, as something develops, there's more. Something like this, hopefully, will generate a little more information and intelligence. I mean, I think that's, I won't speak for the family, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're hoping, is that, hey, we're out here. We still are here. We need you to call with some information for us, to let us know what is going on. Where is Nancy?
You know, I don't know how the definition works, but is this something that's considered a cold case now?
No, not at all. So when I think of a cold case, and we have a cold case squad, a unit of men and women who look up. We just solved one 50-year-old case. I mean, they're very cold.
Yes.
But when I think of a cold case, for me, the definition is you have nothing
like icy
else.
hot.
I don't have any DNA to look at. I have no fingerprints. I have no video to do anything. I'm not receiving tips. And we're not even close to that. We have so much evidence in front of us that needs to be looked at, sorted at.
Unless, like I said, the only way I can see this being, Taco says, who would know that there was no camera footage in the foothills aside from the house cams except law enforcement, ? Who would know that TMZ website was encrypted? Her internet was turned off too. Well, we don't know exactly if the internet was turned off. They did ask if there was a blackout. But the only way I can see this being like just a random person is if in October when Savannah was there and they were at that restaurant and it aired. All over the country and stuff. Did this person see this and say, well, damn, I didn't know Nancy Guthrie's mom lives down the road from me. And they did some research over, a few weeks, a few months, and put this plan into motion. Looked at, sorted at. What I miss?
Of a cold case. For me, the definition is you have nothing else. I don't have any DNA to look at. I have no fingerprints. I have no video to do anything. I'm not receiving tips, and we're not even close to that. We have so much evidence in front of us that needs to be looked at, sorted at, and people still need to be talked to.
There is more DNA, I know, to be tested. Is that fair?
Or like a cigar guy.
What I would tell you about the DNA is simply this. We recovered a lot of DNA at that home, and all of it is still being analyzed. And
we recovered a lot of DNA at that home, and it is all still being analyzed after 6 months. Sheriff Doofy, if you get it to the FBI, it wouldn't take long.
We continue to analyze it. The labs, excuse me if you would, but they're scientists.
What's wrong, Kelly?
Right? And they're following the laws of.
Are you okay, Kelly? We are okay. Just really sore. Do you need some Bengay or Icy Hot too? What happened, Cal? Sounds like he has nothing, in my opinion. It depends.
Science, the rules of science, just like we have rules of evidence that give us guard.
Yeah, and just like they had rules when you was a young sheriff that you apparently did not follow either, allegedly.
Rails so that we can stay within our lanes and not deviate one way or the other. It keeps.
You are a deviant, in my opinion. Already
out of trouble, making that wrongful arrest, right? And it also allows, more importantly,
that's what I'm saying.
Those we are working with, those we are dealing with, whether you be a victim or a suspect, it allows for fairness to be applied to all that is there visible. So our guardrails tell us rights, constitutional rights, laws, governing of evidence, all of those things. We have to pay attention to that. Just with DNA is the same thing. Those scientists have guardrails too to maintain the credibility of that science. And
thanks a lot. Now you're having, all of us are looking at Sheriff Nonad's earlobes. Our earlobes, our ears don't stop growing as men. That's why we get long ears. I might have an ear reduction later on now, thanks to Kelsey and Joe. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate the sparkles. Thank you, babies. I hope that Nano's stupidity is an act to cover up a bunch of stuff that he actually does know. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, I'm gonna put an ear reduction. What you going in for? An ear reduction.
And we all can think of cases where, we arrested somebody and locked them away for years, and then all of a sudden DNA came out and said, you got the wrong guy. God forbid that ever happens, but it does. We know it. So that's what those are for. I wish sometimes that, no, we don't need, but no, trust me, you need those guardrails. It keeps us all safe. It keeps us all secure, and it keeps the investigation credible. When this is all said and done, someday I'll hope to be able to sit down with you and explain to you more depth of what I'm speaking of. But right now, our DNA is being analyzed by labs all across this country. Those labs talk to one another. Just as my detectives talk to other detectives or other agencies, FBI, DEA, whatever, those labs, they stay on top of that technology. Hey, there's a lab over here that's on a new proven grounds of this, or there's somebody over here who's really done something spectacular with genealogy, whatever it is. But those individuals, those scientists, they are key, they are vital to us to be in contact with daily.
Whatever they need.
And see what else we can do to help them help us.
Where were the most beneficial pieces of DNA found inside the home?
I can't go into that with you. I'm sorry.
Yes, you can, you piece of garbage.
Yeah, that's all part of the integrity of the case.
Can I just, and this is just as a layman, again, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I haven't been a part of these investigations. But on the outside looking in, we're 6 months out. Why can't we go in? Why can't we hear everything you know right now?
So let me give you an example, because this isn't new to this case. This is how law enforcement works. This is how criminal investigations work. Give you an example. Maybe I'm investigating a homicide scene and the individual was stabbed.
Sir, you investigating a homicide scene when your investigator has never solved a homicide and the senior is 3 years there is scary for Pima County. Sammy, thank you for 19 months. What a legend. What do you think of Sav saying she will not cover her face and there will always be a way home? Allegedly, A is in Vermont. Much love, Pearls. Thank you so much, Sammy. Appreciate you. We will not cover her face. I don't remember her saying that part. And I think she will always find her way home, or there's always a way home. I think it's a poetic way of her telling the perpetrator there's always a way out. You know, we can still get her, kind of thing, in my opinion. But we will not cover her face. Let me find that part. I don't remember that one. Let me see here. Face. Nope. Okay. Mom taught us, but make no mistake, our hearts are in ruins. There is a hole in looking for her. There's a hole inside. It's going to be filled. There is an ache that cannot be softened. We're begging for help. We're desperate. We need someone to come forward. Someone knows something. Someone suspects something. Someone recognized the writing in the ransom demand notes. Someone has noticed something different, strange, troubling, or unusual, perhaps with someone they deeply love. Perhaps they are afraid to come forward. Perhaps they are conflicted. We are real people facing real grief, doing the best we can and counting many blessings. Where does she say the face thing? I don't know where she says the face thingy. Oh, it was in the Hoda interview? I still don't remember that. I think it means we're just going to shout it from the rooftops until, you know, we're not going to bury our face, if you will, in this grief. We're going to work until we get her home, whatever that looks like, maybe.
But nobody knows that. And you come in and you try to say, yeah, I saw it happen. My friend over here, he shot him. We know that that's not what happened. So pieces of information that are sensitive to the case that only the individuals involved would actually know, we have to keep those safeguarded. Because when it does come time to maybe take a confession or maybe make an arrest, we know what we know and we know what that individual knows. We just can't. just like your media. Your media has evolved. You're a very young man, but it's evolved quite rapidly. I mean, went from our big three, right? ABC, CBS, NBC, all to now it's, well, right here in my own office. We used to just send out media alerts to, I don't know, a dozen different media outfits. This happened and we went from a dozen to 410 overnight. So it is a different world for the media. I get it. It's that information's out there.
I certainly do, which was weird, Sammy. I didn't like the way they were covering their face. Savannah sounds like they really don't know very much. I don't think Savannah knows very much at all. True, why doesn't Annie put something about her mom big? I mean, why does it got to be just Savannah? Why is Savannah? I would like to hear from Cameron. I don't think Cameron has anything to do with it, but I would like to hear from him, right? Like maybe Annie or Cameron can say a different message that resonates more with someone who knows something.
You have a very important job. There is no doubt. I can't do my job without you. Our relationship needs to exist because, yes, although sometimes I'm guarded with information, I know that I give interviews and I'm stumbling about what to say or not say, and people say, "Oh, look at this." It has to do with
you've been listening. I call him a buffoon. Thank you so much, Nanos, for listening. I appreciate it.
Have to be careful. I want
thumbs up, Nanos.
you, the media, because you are my go-to guy to get to the public and the community. I want you to understand and know that this case is being worked hard every day, but so is every case. I think if you talk to the Phoenix Police Department or Maricopa County, any agency, they're going to tell you the same. We get a call and we take it very serious. It could be a homicide. It could be a shoplifter. We take it serious. That case is important to us, and it's important we do it right so that it does get before a court, and the court can sit down and know that everything was safeguarded. Everything was done to protect not just the victim, but the suspect as well.
What have we in the media or the public at large gotten wrong in this? What are we missing?
Oh, I don't know that you've got anything wrong. I think, my personal opinion is it would be all over the place for you. So we won't go there. What I would tell you is simply this. You guys are valuable to us. We know that, every day somebody would want information if they could get it. And I know that sometimes it's frustrating when the sheriff says, we're not talking to you right now, because it also makes no sense to come out every day and say the same thing. We don't have anything new. In this instance today, being that it is 6 months, I have to kind of consider that I do have community and the family as well to consider, neighborhood.
Thank you, Manny Roo. Appreciate you.
And even the nation.
Thank you so much.
This case has drawn great interest. We understand that. We've seen that before. So I think it's only appropriate that the sheriff makes himself available. I wish I had new information for you. I wish I could say, oh,
I know.
We just found out that DNA did this for us, or that this video was found. What you have to think about is the day the video came out with the masked man, we got that in within an hour, less than an hour. We put that out to everybody because it's critical.
Hold on.
Again, it's my using.
Wait a second. Didn't Cash Patel say that Sheriff Nanos didn't want to put this video out? Wasn't there a discrepancy in that? Yeah, exactly, baby kisses.
The media. Anybody see this guy? Anybody recognize? Anybody know?
I thought he did,
will
Horsey.
happen that way.
Thank you so much, Horsey.
Should anything critical come, we will be calling you. We will be letting you know this is where we're at. Today, it's just we're 6 months in. It's not that, oh, they don't have anything new. I don't look at it that way. I look at it in a way that says, are we still working? You asked the question. Is this case cold?
Sure did.
My detectives will tell you,
yep,
it is not cold. They have a lot of work ahead of them. They have a lot of hopes that the leads and the evidence they have in front of them will lead them further. And
they have a lot of hopes and a lot of leads that will lead them further.
I'm not going to quelch that. I meet with them weekly, if not daily. And to be very honest with you, when they talk of DNA or other things, I am just so impressed that they have that kind of knowledge and that capability and their skill sets. Well, I'm not meeting with them because I've got such great answers for them. I'm meeting with them to evaluate how are they doing as a team, because this is tough on them. It's tough on the neighbors. It's tough on the family. It's tough on this sheriff. It is tough on my investigators and the FBI. And I want to make sure, are they getting all the support
the FBI got
Are they getting
DNA
the
too.
tools and equipment and anything they need? Is it there for them? But more importantly, I look to see, are they still in the game? Do they slouch their shoulders? Do they feel defeated? That's the furthest thing I see with these young men and women. They are on fire. They're charged up.
You mentioned the FBI and the video that was released. Obviously, you're aware of what Director Patel said about there being I think he said a 4-day delay that he thought may have cost them video evidence.
Listen,
is that accurate in your eyes?
No, so, and I'm going to.
Now, again, the 4-day delay, it makes me wonder because they had at least a photo of the suspect on January 11th. Now, that could be just a thumbnail that they was able to get. But still, they said this suspect is out here. He was working, diligently to plan this or execute
Ask you,
this.
I'm going to plead with you because I've seen some of the reports here even recently. I don't know how to get it out to you other than to say that what I've told everybody, and then they take snippets. Director Patel leads a very large organization. I lead a large organization.
And you don't think he's updated?
Employees. And I understand that information flows up to me through a chain of command.
Just like it does you.
And it's filtered. It's not because somebody's trying to hide something or is being nefarious. There's no ill intention. It just happens. It's human nature. And as that information gets to me, sometimes it's just not accurate. I don't know. I think early on, Director Patel got information and it was just misleading. It was not accurate information. So I would say that anytime Director Patel,
a plane.
Everybody's all over. Oh, he's there like this. That bad director's got a busy job. I do too. But my doors are always open to him and anybody in the FBI. I'm sure he would tell you the same. If he needed to hear from me, I would gladly speak to him. The issue is simply this. Sometimes we get information.
I don't know if I can listen to him anymore. What's this? At level up towing, the hustle never stops. What's this? 1 second. Okay. Someone just sent me this, what Savannah said. Why is it not going off? 1 second, guys. Having a little technical difficulty. There we go. Okay. This is where she says
to
it.
do the right thing. We are in agony.
Yeah.
We are in agony. It is unbearable.
Thank you, Wanda.
And to think of what she went through. I wake up every night, in the middle of the night, every night. And in the darkness, I imagine her terror. And it is unthinkable, but those thoughts demand to be thought.
and I will not hide my face.
Okay.
But she needs to come home now.
Yes.
Someone needs.
Okay, so that's where she says she will not hide her face. Okay. Want to show you this. When was this? Oh, this was today. 1 second. Okay, we're going to go to this. Let's see what this is. This looks like it's taken in Nancy's bedroom because that's the same lamp, I'm pretty sure. How long is this ad?
What's being done on this case? We get answers. They're doing new things like this with DNA, or maybe there's a lab in LA that's got this going on. They're in Arizona Violent Task Force for decades.
Okay. A second, huh? Okay, I showed you that. Oh. I want to show you this, guys. Our friend Pat Brown did her first profile on the Ransom note. I'm not going to play all of it. Profiling with Pat Brown. Love Pat. One of the best profilers, in my opinion, because she actually says what, like, she's not afraid to put it out there. Profiling with Pat Brown. Brandy, where are you going? Where are you going? Ma'am, where are you going, Brandy? I'm high maintenance. I require you to not go to sleep right now. I require attention. Love you, Brandy. Get some rest. That's the same. Yes. Yep. Exactly. I think that was taken in Nancy's bedroom. Hey, Deb, how you doing?
That they're doing investigating, which they absolutely are not. So if you believe that, please stop believing that. They're out there for clicks. They're making clicks. They're making a fortune off of you. And there are still people, unfortunately, professionals on YouTube and on national media who are just belaboring this case on a regular basis, based on information that isn't even very, they don't have it. And today I have that. And I've been asked to talk about this. This is the Ransom notes. So let me start by saying,
Pat Brown, deception detective. They're like two of the best, in my opinion. Love you too, darling. I'd be terrified for the rest of my family.
I want to analyze the Ransom notes, but I'm also going to analyze the kidnapping. And I'm going to start there because there are people out there who actually still believe it wasn't a kidnapping. It's a staged kidnapping by the...
Yeah, I don't think it's a state. Well, this is the thing. It is a kidnapping. It is a kidnapping, but I also think it's was kidnapping the kidnapping is the removal, right? Now, but think of it like this. If she was unalived when she was being taken out, that's a homicide. If she was alive when she was taken out, that would be a kidnapping. And if they unalived her, then it would be a homicide. I don't know. We just don't know if it's for ransom, though.
Family. And they have the internet, I don't want what you want to call them, just despicable human beings who are harassing the living heck out of the Guthrie family, even to the point of saying that Savannah Guthrie was in on some kind of.
And that's ridiculous. I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's ridiculous to think that Savannah and Cameron could be in on this. Zilch. There's no evidence for that. Now, I do understand why people talk about Tommaso and Annie because of what the FBI and Pima County did. I get that. I don't think they should be, blamed that, we're absolutely sure someone, they did it, because we just don't know. But I get what she's saying.
Abduction of her own mother. I mean, it's ludicrous. I've been on the Today Show with Savannah Guthrie, and she's a very nice person, and she is suffering tremendously from the loss of her mother, and I'm sure her brother and sister are as well. So
yeah, I'm not so sure about that though, Ratui. I did see that there's a video going around from a Mexican search party lady saying someone told her Nancy was wrapped in a comforter over bed. I was interested in that for a minute, but then I thought, no, I don't think so, because it seems like the way Mexico and Pima County and them were talking, they just weren't interested, in my opinion.
That the family, they staged this abduction to what? Get at her money. Okay, well, Savannah has buku money, so certainly she has no good reason. But of course, then we go to her sister and the sister's husband. I'm not even going to use their names because I think it's just despicable what people are doing. And the concept here is that the sister and her husband wanted to basically murder Nancy Guthrie because they wanted her money. All right. First of all, I don't think that that they're suffering terribly from economic issues. But even if they were, Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. Her body has never been found, which means that it would take at least 5 years to 7 years, I don't know quite with Arizona, to declare her dead in order to then do something about her estate.
That's a good point. They didn't say it was a comforter from her bed. They said it was a hotel comforter. They also said she lost a slipper when we all know she left in her pajamas and no slippers. Correct. It would be interesting to know if she had a comforter that looked like a hotel one. Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you for the jamming. We be jamming. Thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you.
Now, she's already 84 years old, and she has severe heart problems. The chances of Nancy Guthrie surviving even the 5 years is unlikely. So, if she will die on you naturally...
Yes, and that's what I said. I mean, statistically, she wouldn't be alive in a year. So what would make this person either A, want to unalive her, or B, do this? When you think about it that way, it does seem like, in my opinion, that this is someone who wanted to do it for money, and they thought because the Guthries had money, they did this. And they just didn't realize how weak she was. Edward, thank you for the flow state. Really appreciate you, my dear. Yeah, like, I can make those videos and stuff too. I just don't like to make those videos because personally, with the night vision, it fucks everything up. It's very distorted. If it was a newer camera that had color and stuff, the newer cameras with the night vision are much better, but with the night vision, when it's in black and white, those cameras, they distort things very, very bad. And so when you're getting into like the really close details, you really can't see everything. Or the policy stopped at 85 years old. Thank you so much, Wendy. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you. The video of Nancy Guthrie making her bed was over 10 years ago, so most likely they did not have the same February 2026. Just saying. Yeah, I agree. Thank you, Wendy, for the star. Appreciate you, love. Thank you so much. ANT are not bad off. I researched their financials. She is worth $500,000 to $2 million. I think it's closer to, I think it was 400 to 500,000 from what my research. You know, it just depends, you know, how you look at that. To me, that they certainly didn't live lavish, right? Oh, thank you, Heart. Thank you so much. Appreciate you so much, dear. Really appreciate that. Thank you for those kind comments. Really appreciate that, babe. Your eyes can play tricks on you at night. Things look different compared to the daytime. Yeah, with but they didn't live lavish. They didn't. They did buy 2 houses within a period of a couple weeks. Is that uncommon? No. It's really not, because sometimes people will buy a house and wait for their other house to sell or whatever. But I don't think in this situation, I think they were using it as perhaps income, rentals or something like that. Oh, thank you for the Corgi, Canada. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very sweet, you guys. Thank you so much. Very generous of you. Thank you. Has Tommaso ever had cataracts in his eyes? Don't know. I don't know if you could tell. I'll just say the flat out. This guy is not Tommaso. He is. I will stand in front of God, and that is not Tommaso. That is not Tommaso. I'm just telling you, not Tommaso. This guy is much younger than Tommaso. Tommaso, he's middle-aged, right? He's going, it looks, I don't know how old he is. I can't remember how old he is, but he looks like he's going to his 3rd part of life. Yeah, I did the pixelation on that, and I showed that the other day, but I'm sure those taxes are paid now. Yeah, the taxes were yeah, I saw that. For me, I'm just not willing to say that it goes out a little bit, the iris. It appears that way. It goes out. But with the night vision, I'm just not willing to say that. I don't know. Did you check Luke to see if he, which I don't think this is Luke either, but they are so cute. The corgis are so cute. They are.
And you can collect whatever you think you're going to collect from her, which I don't even know if they know what they would get from her. Why would you go through the process of staging this bizarre kidnapping and trying to fake this pretend it's a kidnapping, and then what? We're going to get her money earlier. Now, It's so ludicrous. I just can't believe people are just banking on this as, oh, this is absolutely what happened. I will have a video coming out in a couple of days. This is Bob Harrod on the left of me, who disappeared out of his home at 81 years old after he remarried this lovely lady on the right. His body has never been found. Watch that one when it comes out, because you'll see that there is a possibility of family involvement for very different reasons. Okay, so when you're looking at a case, you have to analyze the evidence and see if there is an actual legitimate motive and involvement.
She's right. I think we need to, I'm very curious in who was there at her little get together, the day before. To me, this seems like this is someone in Nancy's life, or was in Nancy's life, whether it is an electrician, an old pool guy, someone she helped out, felt sorry for, something like that, mentoring or whatever. Linda, thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you. Really appreciate you. I want to know about her healthcare workers that may have worked for her. Her whole life in front of the world, and you didn't ask. Yeah, it is. It is.
Bob Harrod's case, I think there was. In her case, I see zero legitimate motive, because she's already in poor health, and waiting 5 years, 7 years, whatever, to declare her dead is just ridiculous. And the body hasn't been found, so it's not like they wanted the body to be found immediately so that they could make this declaration.
Listen, this was like, for Annie and Tommaso and the family, I agree with Pat 100%. You're not going to unalive Nancy to get her estate to declare her dead. For it may take, in a situation like that, it can take 7 years to declare her dead. So I think this is something that they're needing money much quicker, more desperate. Hi, darling. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Because apparently somebody doesn't want the body to be found because they're concerned about evidence. And if they were concerned about evidence, well, then it would be very stupid.
Linda, appreciate you, my dear.
So you need to declare her dead and be identified. So the whole concept is just, hey, I'm not saying I cannot be wrong. As a profiler or as a detective, you have to not have tunnel vision. You have to say, no, weird things happen. Okay, but I'm going to say 95% of me says there's just no way. 5% will say, okay, maybe there's some freaky thing that I don't know about, some anomaly. Okay, I'm open to that. But since 95% of me leans toward there's no reason for her family to do her in, I wish the internet world would stop harassing her family.
Now, I like Pat because she's just blunt about her opinion on things, and I appreciate that. She doesn't pussyfoot around like a lot of profilers do that I will not watch anymore because they're too busy, not telling opinions because of their sponsors. Ginger says, I see her point, but we don't know the point that this was about money. Could be an elimination, someone with a bad grudge. And people say all the time, who has something to gain from this? And there does not need to be a gain for a murder, right? Now, a lot of times it is. It absolutely is. But many times you can just hate someone for whatever reason. You can just hate them and just can't stand it anymore for whatever reason. They felt like they were wronged of some sort or whatever. Just pure meanness. Yeah. And sometimes it can be a panic, right? Someone loaned you money and you said you would pay it back within a certain period of time and you couldn't, and they will unalive you. or they have some information and they will panic because they're afraid you're going to turn that information in, that they could get in trouble. There's many ways, there's many motives for people to do this. Now in this case, it's very rare for like someone like a Bundy that they just kill for the sheer thrill of it, right? This isn't that. This is not that. When it's like a serial unaliver, they just get pure fascination of watching a person die, right? This isn't that. There is some reason why this happened. Again, whether that was for money with Ransom and things just went south, or something else. But yeah. Oh my God, a guy came into a chat I was in, said he owned a ranch in Texas and was part-time ICE agent. I went to his page here and it was a kid in high school still. Yeah, there's a lot of people on the internet. It's just crazy.
Because you don't know anything about this case to speak of, because you're not behind the lines. You're not seeing what law enforcement is seeing. And you need to stand down. It's just repugnant. It really is. Okay. Now, let's go to, again, the kidnapping issue.
I want to hear what she says.
So we have this
letter.
guy here who's come around a couple times and performs a very weird kind of abduction. It looks very, very amateurish.
It could be both.
So
either.
It doesn't seem to be that we're talking about a professional kidnapping ring who would be able to pull off the type of crime with Bitcoin that they should be able to pull off if they know what they're doing. And apparently this guy doesn't seem to know what he's doing, and neither does whoever works with him if there's somebody working with him. All right, so I think it was a real kidnapping by amateurs. I think there might be some evidence because there was enough knowledge about the house that
this guy, he certainly is not a guy. He's not a professional. He's not a professional. He's just a professional thug. But if this was professional, they would have been in there and out quickly, in my opinion.
Guthrie lived there. That Savannah Guthrie
walked more vigorously.
Her daughter, and she had money, and Savannah Guthrie had a lot of money, and there's some knowledge of who she is, and maybe some knowledge of the property. But the fact that this guy was seen lurking around prior to the day that the kidnapping occurred means to me he wasn't 100% familiar with the property.
Appreciate you.
Knew some things, didn't know other things. So, of course, the police are going to be checking into anybody who had access to the property, people doing work there, visitors, whatever. They're going to be looking at that. And I don't know who they've got, who they've gone.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I do think the notes are real, but look at this guy, right? Does he look like the type that's going to write "buried in nature"? No. So, in my opinion, there is someone else behind it. Has it been confirmed if she had any health aids or anything? I think she had a cleaning lady or something.
Through the list and been able to eliminate or who they are still looking
But I
at.
do believe the two letters.
So, but I do believe it was not a very professional abduction. The kidnapping was just poorly done, shall we say. However, there's some interesting aspects to it, and the ransom notes are it. So let's go to the ransom notes. All right.
I want to see what Pat says on this.
Weird ransom notes. All right. So now that we have them, let's take a look at them. All right. So we have this first one, which is the one that asks for the money. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of 4 million USD before 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to 6 million USD, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th. don't want to stop there. Okay, we're going to increase it 1 million if you don't
for the turn
get
it up.
done in time. That is just
Appreciate
not
you very much. Thank you.
a professional ransom person. I mean, a professional kidnapper. You give a date, you give an amount, and then that's it. Let's see. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours.
See, I don't know, Michelle, because this guy was there on the 11th. He was the one, and the Pima County, they say that he was the one scoping the place out in the days prior. Thank you, Deb, for the jamming. We be jamming. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you. Very kind. I don't think anyone has come close to the truth. When the real truth comes out, there will be a lot of surprises, people. I think we're all going to be surprised. Yeah. I would like to know how it was accidentally posted on the internet, this ransom letter. What do you mean accidentally posted? What do you mean accidentally posted? Thank you, Horsey. Thank you for the marshmallow. Appreciate you.
Deposit to a safe drop off location back in Tucson. I find back in Tucson interesting because they're indicating she's not in Tucson at that point in time.
Sweet.
If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be killed. Your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is in the best interest of everyone to have this.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was like it had already been written, and they're clearly not good at math, because the letters, the way that they announce the days, they go over a day with the dates. So they clearly didn't think the letter through.
Complete it as soon as possible. In the best interest of everyone. That's a nice way to say that. All right. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Okay. But you already negotiated like 2 different dates to give the ransom.
Yeah. They already, yeah, and that's exactly right. They negotiated 2 different times. If you don't do if you don't give us the 4 million, it's going to go to 6 million with a second date.
Do not play games. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. All right. That's the first one. And I want to talk about that before we get to the second one. So they put this out here for the purposes, law enforcement, that somebody might recognize the style of writing. And I'm going to tell you, nobody's going to recognize the style of writing. Why do I say this? Because I believe that's the style of writing that the person normally uses. I believe it went through something like Google Translate or just AI of some sort.
I think it could have went through a translate. I do not think it went through AI. And I'll tell you why I don't think it went through AI is because one of the words is misspelled. What word was it? There was a word misspelled. They used several times. And then one of the times it was misspelled. Received. Was it received? It was received. Okay. Received was in the note several times. And then one time received is spelled wrong. So I actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I don't even think it went through a translation. Because the translation, I guess it could have, and they typed it out, but you would think they would just copy and paste it. And if it went through an AI or a translation, then it wouldn't be misspelled. Yes, Justin, received IE instead of EI. Gotcha. So I don't think it went through AI. And I'm not really sure about the translation either now, thinking about it. Just my opinion.
Or like change whatever I'm putting in here to something different. so I cannot be recognized. It's a pretty simple thing to do. And if this person is already on the internet and asking for Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure that they know how to change their style of writing. So who would be behind changing their style of writing? So let's look at this just for the sake of it. And one of the things I want to point out is when you are investigating a case,
They're the same
you will
person.
look at different possibilities. It doesn't mean they're legitimate. Just that you might see one thing that stands out and you go, what about that? So because you're a good investigator, you will investigate it. But unlike people on the internet who take one thing and say, oh my God, therefore we must go after this particular person or this particular community, that is unacceptable. And people do not seem to understand that.
I've got it sped up a little bit.
I'm going to give you just 3 examples I'll give you 4 examples of possibilities. All right. One possibility is that the person doesn't speak regular English, that they come from another country originally, and that their English.
I do think, again, a couple things that there's 3 things that make me think this person is not, you know, a Jeff Smith. A, the names that they were looking for at the Pew Pew store, right? B, just his general looks that we can see of him. And what was my third one? Also, the type of guy that they were doing warrants on. They did warrants on Carlos, right? They did warrants on Luke Daly. Now, Luke Daly is, you know, it's a rather white-ish name. You know what I mean? Like, it's more like, it's not a Tommaso. It's not a Abdullah, right? But the looks, right, they would be more like Spanish or, you know, like what we would consider foreign. So I think
would be
that's what they're
unique. Or for example, I work with the deaf community. If somebody writes stuff and not many people who are deaf can write in PhD form, mind you, their English is exceptional. But people who have not been highly educated in the deaf community may actually write what called deaf style. And I can read that and go, oh my God, that person's deaf. I will actually see that in their writing. I also am very familiar. I was married to a Jamaican man, and I can recognize Jamaican writing when somebody's writing in patois. I just see it. There it is. Oh my God, these things are obvious. So a Jamaican, a deaf person could have.
And yeah, do they know, or do they just simply no fucking idea? Why not tell us where they think they originate from? Right. If they, you know, they say that they think they're Arabic or Spanish or whatever, you know, that would potentially help narrow it down. It may even help narrow it down for someone who, you know, like their cousin is acting weird or kind of looks like porch guy, and they're like, oh, well, it's a Spanish person. Well, there you go, right? Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, love. Do you think the porch guy looks Mexican? I think he could be, you know, Mexican, Latina. I think he could be Italian. I think he could be Middle Eastern. I think he could be mixed between like white and, you know, just Caucasian and Mexican, Latina. He's got, yes, big eyes, very, very full eyelashes, right? I don't know. He was certainly there on the 11th, right? What did he take? I don't know. You know, was it a kind of a dry run to see, you know, I'm going to go left, am I going to go right? Which way am I going to go? You know, I don't think it's mascara. I don't think he's a girly boy like me. You know, I think he just has very thick, very, like coarse, like, eyelashes. Most of us, almost like false eyelashes. Like me, I have, what do they call it? Baby fine hair, right? My hair was like a powder puff. It dries in 3 seconds. My, just like really soft. But like my kids, they have Hawaiian and Middle Eastern and all that in them, and they have very thick hair, very beautiful eyebrows, very big eyes, very long eyelashes, and so I think it's something like that. Behavior is usually more informative than appearance. What did the person actually do and when? Yeah. I've got her sped up a little bit, LS. The long eyelashes could also be a cover-up. See, I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. I think this person, it could be. Anything is possible. But I feel like this is his natural eyes. I feel like what he's got covered up is his. I think he's got a big nose. I think it kind of points down more here, and I think his nostrils go up a little bit. Thank you, Heart. Not Harry. Harvey Levin. Harry TMZ man. I have extremely long eyelashes, eyebrows, eyelashes. I have to cut them or they grow so long I scratch my eyeballs. Yeah, my boys are like that too. I wish me, my eyelash, like I got scroungy little eyelashes and everything else. It's like a powder puff. That's what I call it. It's like my hair, as soon as I get out of the shower and just dry my hair, it is dry in a couple minutes. Just a couple minutes. It's just like, if I don't put any product on it, I look like Einstein. It's bad.
Theoretically kidnapped Nancy Guthrie and put this into Google and said, make this sound better, make this sound more.
But my mom and my dad jet black hair, kind of like tan. Mom has dark hair, tan. I've got a family photo, and I'm the only white person in the family. Like my sisters, I have sisters. They're like kind of olive, dark hair, and me, I seriously look like the adopted child, because I was just like a Marilyn Monroe white and platinum blonde. I'm like
corporate, make this sound whatever. And they could change up their writing and you would have no clue that they were deaf or Jamaican. Now, mind you, I don't think a deaf or Jamaican person was probably involved in this crime just because of the logistics and the location. But hey, we never know. But in that area, if somebody were using a different language, well, one person would be useful is a person were from Russia. The Bitcoin thing would work out well for them, because it's harder to do anything with the Bitcoin when it goes, or there are Russians involved, just because the U.S. doesn't have certain things going on with Russia that would allow that. They would not allow the U.S. to investigate in a way maybe some other countries would. That's just an explanation, which is, beyond my great expertise. But let's say there was a Russian guy, he could take his Russian language and put it into Google Translate and come.
Something, what kind of communities is there other than Mexican communities in specifically Arizona and specifically Tucson, right? Is there a big, Arab community? Is there a big Pakistani community? Is there a big, like what kind of community is big there?
Come up with a version of English and put that in. But I think that's highly unlikely. How now, because of her proximity.
Yeah, there is AMG, Native American, and this is the thing. We have not thought about this. This could be a Native American community that they live on a reservation, right? That might make it harder for them to figure out.
Tucson, Arizona, to Mexico. Many people think, well, maybe the person's Mexican. And okay, there's some things in the second, one of the things in the second email which said she's perished, which is an odd term to use, but there is a particular word in Spanish which would translate to perish when you're talking about somebody who's died. And okay, so maybe they're Mexican. Maybe they wrote in Spanish, went to Google Translate, and even after Google Translate, maybe they even went through a second translation, just like, hey, change it up some more. So will investigators maybe look into possible people from Mexico, Mexican descent, people who are whatever, and then maybe she was taken to Mexico and her body's down there in nature.
Yeah, and that's a good. I've heard that. Looking beyond, there is a cap on the amount of money that can be spent in Bitcoin ATMs. 20. Do you mean 25 ones, tens, 100,000? You mean 25,000? You didn't put decimals, so. Someone said that, like, if you do Bitcoin, like, you can only transfer so much per day, or you can only add so much per day, or something like that. And if that's true, I mean, you got to think about this, right? Like, if they wanted $4 to $6 million, and they can only add so much per day, well, how did this person think that they were going to get all of this money? It was very quiet. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to her. I don't, but I know that they kind of sent him off, and I think gave him a new kind of identity. Thank you for the finger heart, Miss Samaldo. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very. I hope I probably butchered that. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate you. There is a limit on how much you can put in. Let me Google that. Let's see here. Google. How maximum amount you can put in Bitcoin per day. Okay, the AI says there is no single global maximum limit to buy, not to buy. When the daily limit depends entirely on the platform you use, your level of identity verification, your payment method, and your local, state, and national laws. Major crypto exchange and local services handle caps differently. Crypto exchange, Coinbase, Kraken, Binance, fully verified accounts using wire transfers often have high or virtually unlimited daily deposit caps, while debit cards or ACH purchases are usually restricted to smaller amounts ranging from $2,500 to $50,000 per day. Bitcoin ATMs Rocket Coin, CoinMe, Bitcoin deposits, daily purchase caps typically range from 1,000 to 25,000 per day, and many states enforce lower strict maximums, such as 1 to 2,000 for unverified or new users to prevent fraud. New accounts versus veteran users. Brand new accounts usually start with low daily buy limits, $500 to $2,000, until you submit official government identifications and address proof. Bitcoin ATM daily limits. How much Bitcoin can you buy? Oh, really? I can look into it. See if I can find anything on that.
You know, possibly. Should they look at it? Absolutely. Does it mean that the letter writer is Mexican? No. Here's another thing. Could the letter writer be from India? Well, there's a reasonable Indian population at the university nearby. And I note that it says here, hello, Savannah, which is a kind of unusual thing to start a letter with, especially to somebody who, kidnapped their mother. Hello is kind of odd. But if you've ever gotten a lot of scam emails from people,
I don't know. Is that Bitcoin amount worldwide? I mean, Bitcoin is worldwide, but it depends on like your state and local, from what I understand. Does it mention transferring it to a different account? How much can you transfer to Bitcoin per day? So Coinbase, you can do 25,000. PayPal in cryptocurrency, 25,000. Cash App permits buying or depositing up to 10,000 a day. Within a rolling 7-day period, sending limits vary by account. So it's weird to me, like, if you, like, it would take a minute to get $4 million, right? Thank you, Metal Dust. Thank you, babe. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. 2 dozen roses. Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate you for the finger heart. Little poochies are so cute. Thank you so much. Very kind of you, my dear. Thank you. Justin, I sent you an email about the Bitcoin that was released. Okay. Let me look at that. Where did you get that at? What is that? What is that, Justin? I sent you about the Bitcoin that was... This was released for this case? Blockonomics. We are ready to pay. Contact us. What is that? Wire transfers don't have limits. I know nothing about it. Cryptocurrency is cryptic to me. I don't know. LS, thank you for the floating heart. Appreciate you, love. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. But what is this? Well, I mean, okay, what is blockonomics? I don't know. If they're talking about millions in Bitcoin, the bigger question is, where did the money come from in the first place? Well, it would come from Savannah. They are blockchain. What the hell is a blockchain? Blockchain is a shared digital record book that saves data across many computers using decentralization, blocks, and consensus to keep information safe. A blockchain is a shared digital notebook that records information across many computers at the same time, making the notes safe, permanent, and impossible for anyone to secretly change. How it works. Like a game of pass the note. The page, when you write down new info, like who sent money to whom, that info goes onto a single page or block. The glue, the chain, when a page fills it up, it gets locked and glued to a page before it with a special computer code, creating a strong chain of pages, the copies distributed. Instead of keeping the notebook in one office or banks, thousands of identical copies sit on computers all over the world. Why people use it? No boss needed. No single person, company, or bank is in charge. The group of computers work together to check and agree on the rules. No cheating. If someone tries to erase or change a past note on their computer, all or the other computers look at their copies, see it doesn't match, and block the fake change. Total honesty. Everyone can see the history of notes from start to finish, which builds trust without needing a middleman. I have no fucking clue. I don't get the Bitcoin thingy. I just don't understand it. My friend was into Bitcoin. He took Bitcoin when nobody knew about Bitcoin hardly. He took it at his store, and he had a sign, "We accept Bitcoin." And he has like a flooring store. And I was like, what the hell's a Bitcoin? And this was way a long time ago. Are we sure that the Bitcoin theory is supported by evidence, or are they building a theory around the technology instead of the facts? Well, I mean, I do believe this person wanted Bitcoin. I do, and I believe the two notes are real, specifically because the first note said the specific light that was broken. We did not know that 24 hours after Nancy went missing, and the watch. So, I mean, and also I feel like younger people are more into the cryptocurrency stuff. Imagine what it would do to Bitcoin investors if 6 million just disappeared. It would crush them. I don't know what you... The screenshot is from the cryptocurrency tracker. The public blockchain ledger for the specific Bitcoin wallet. Okay, so this is... Okay, that's what I was thinking. So this is the blockchain for that specific Bitcoin wallet address. Am I right? Hey, vet girl. Good to see you, honey. How you doing? We're trying. I know a couple that got scammed by someone selling crypto. They were older. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. 1 second here. Slow this down a little bit.
People from India, it starts out with hello dear. You see hello dear, click off. Okay, so that's interesting. There's also some other things in this language here that make me, because I spent a lot of time in India, make me say, hey, it's kind of Indian-ish.
It would be.
And
I think so
okay,
too.
so as a profile, I can get very excited and say, all right, maybe this person's from India. And where's the wall?
So that makes me wonder, right? I mean, I just don't think you can transfer 4 to 6 million in Bitcoin. Did they really think this through? They had a maximum of 7 days. Well, that would be very hard to do, right? Unless they know Savannah or one of the family members are already into Bitcoin, right? If one of, let's say that they knew, someone is into Bitcoin already, and they had that much in their wallet, their crypto wallet. If that really is the blockchain for the wallet, investigators should be able to trace where the funds moved, even if they can't immediately identify the owner. You would think.
Walmart. And what's near the Walmart? Oh, look, there's a seafood water, which is like their place where they worship. And look, there's a Punjabi restaurant. Very close. Could the person be from the university and be in this community and write this letter? Well, sure. Should investigators investigate? A possibility? Sure. But should people from the internet going crazy and start being obnoxious as hell, saying, oh my God, this guy.
Yeah, we just checked
this guy's
that.
a Sikh? No, because there's not evidence of that. It's interesting,
Yeah.
but there's no proof of that. Because again, we could take the same thing. We could have a person who's totally 100% American, born in America.
Thank you, Don. Thank you so much for becoming a member, renewing your membership, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much. Really appreciate you. A blockchain record can verify transaction, but does not automatically verify the story behind them. Yeah. So in one of the notes, if you believe the TMZ notes, they said that they would take the money, but they would not transfer the money until all of this was solved. Because if they transferred it in a bank account, they're immediately going to be able to find that.
Caucasian who just wanted to disguise their writing and threw it in there, and that's what they came up with. So the police have no clue the nationality or the culture.
So AMG, Chris McDonough and Kieran, AMG says, one of the YouTube live streamers should check the Circle K gas station Bitcoin machine near Nancy's house to see if it was possible to set up a Bitcoin account there and how easy it is. They did check that, but it seemed to look like a normal ATM. It didn't say anything about cryptocurrency or anything from what I understand.
Or the race or anything of the letter writer at this point in time. The problem with them putting this out here is that nobody else is going to really have any idea either. I mean, I've thrown out a bunch of stuff, which is probably fairly, well, okay, you can investigate it, but is it highly useful? Not necessarily. Now, when we go back to the Unabomber, when those communications were put out, it was finally the best thing they did, because he was prior to times where you could change up anything. And his brother read that and said, no, that's my brother.
$250 was ridiculous.
It was great. And I think they should have done the same thing with the DC snipers, because I would have recognized the Jamaican writing. But in this case, with this day and age, and this person's already very adept with using computers, I don't think it's going to do a crap load of good, personally. And the other thing that's very interesting about this is both of these ransom notes came from the same IP address. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you're going to send ransom notes, you really don't want to be caught. So my belief is, they had to use a VPN. I have a VPN. I use ExpressVPN. I'm not
Yeah.
pushing them.
That's
I'm
what I
not
thought,
advertising
Horseman.
for them, but that's what I use. And I
Yeah.
use it because
Yeah, I use a VPN as well. As creators, you definitely need to use a VPN. But yeah, there was no Bitcoin, I think, at that ATM as well. But seemingly they used probably a VPN. On top of that, this was also encrypted. The tip page is completely encrypted. VPNs are a must. I agree. After it's in Bitcoin, they can buy all different cryptos, so it starts getting harder to track. They can make all kinds of transfers, different accounts also. Yeah, if they keep it in crypto, but if that transfers to a bank account, then they can find it.
as profiler, when I want to look at certain cases, documentaries come out, but they come out in England or they come out in Australia, and I'm not allowed to access them because I'm not in those countries. So I'm able to access some of those documentaries by using a VPN and placing myself in London, placing myself in Sydney.
You guys remember in do you remember in like the early 2000s? Dear brother, I am King Abdullah II. I have $300,000 that I would like to transfer in your bank account. I will be willing to give you $6 trillion if you do that. Sure. Let me get right on that, sir. Those emails were so annoying. Thank you, Metal Dust. Just you're the bomb ticket. I didn't know that. The bomb diggity? How you doing? Thank you. Yeah, we got those things all the time. Spam, spam, spam. Your AOL would go off. You've got mail. You've got mail. Oh my God, I got an email right back then. Dear sir or madam. And it was coming out of, where was it? Not Ethiopia. Nigeria. Pam, thank you for the jewels, my darling. Really appreciate you. Yes, I am King Harold. Thank you, Fifi. Fifi, do you love me? Thank you for the butterfly. Really appreciate you, Fifi. Yeah. Yes. Then it was, you've got a car warranty. Yes. You can be on an aircraft in the middle of the ocean and you open your window and there's a guy out there. We're here to talk to you about your car warranty. That's the way it goes. Yeah. Or I'm calling about your medicine. We don't have no damn Medicare. I used to have this Canadian pharmacy call me, and they would want to sell me like Viagra or any prescription medicines, and without a prescription. And they were like, we're calling about your Viagra or to see if you need any medications, sir. And they would call me and call me and call me. Finally, I got really pissed at them because I've told them 1 billion times to take me off the call. And I started calling them. I called them about 3,000 times. And they stopped calling after that. Did you see that crime documentary? The girlfriend thought she was getting money from some Nigerian guy from the boyfriend that she unalived. And the boyfriend went to the airport to meet the Nigerian. God, no. Mm-mm. If the print jams, it's been printing for 6. Oh, goodness. Yeah. That's what they call it. I guess they made more profit on the Viagra or whatever. They were like, we're calling about your Viagra. And I'm like, I don't have Viagra. I don't need Viagra. I'm good.
In order to be able to get to see them. That's why I have the VPN. But what I normally do is I don't usually keep the VPN on. Now, some people always have a VPN on because it protects them more, from more scammers and things like that, people getting hold of your information. They use it for protection. I never really worry about that. But some people do that. So it's on 24/7. But if I go on, I suddenly say, oh, I want to go to the BBC site and watch something. Then what I do is I click on my VPN. I put myself in London, and I go to the BBC site. And then I leave the BBC site, then I pull off the VPN. And therefore, my IP address is only one time coming out of that zone. Then next time I come back, even if I go back to London again, it'll be two different IPNs. IP addresses from that VPN.
Kisses.
Now, this person supposedly is the IP address was the same both times. So that means to me, he left the VPN on. Whatever VPN I was using, he just had the VPN on a certain place.
That's a very good point that Pat made right there that I have not heard in 6 months. We knew that he left a VP on, but I didn't think about that. It seems like he left the VP on at all times. That's a very good point because it was the same. Yeah, if it wasn't that serious, it would be too funny for this one. Yes, I work for one of those pharmacies, Justin. They sell Canadian pharmaceuticals to Americans, but I didn't do cold pills. I would refill clients lots of Viagra and BP. That's crazy. I would say learn from the stock market first by putting a few dollars and learn. Just go to a platform and do yourself. Then it's easier to learn about crypto, in my opinion. Yeah, because you can do like crypto through PayPal as well and Cash App, can't you? Kelly, that's why it takes care of mine. It's a computer.
That probably was not going to be useful. In other words, it wasn't a local thing probably. It was probably out of some other country because it's so simple to do. I don't think this guy was any big.
They could have been, and like my VPN, I can select my favorite cities of wherever in the world. So I can select, to my favorite cities I can disconnect or whatever as well. But crypto is easy to cash in and out. It's more like a savings account with a gamble.
Big genius, because I don't even think he understood how he's going to get the Bitcoin.
Well, but the thing that I don't get is like the mining, like how they mine these coins or whatever. I don't understand that stuff. How can they trace or find fraud in the government? But they can't trace. Yeah. You get an email if you buy crypto and someone goes into your account. They ask you, have you just logged in? Mining is completely different. Yeah, I know, like they said, like you could get a computer and like stash it in your closet and keep it going like 24 hours a day and mine so much money. I can explain BTC mining, but hard. Yeah, there's no money. It's digital money. It's weird to me. But clients are very happy. Yeah. Most of that medicine comes from India. India makes most of those medicines, or China.
Into his own hands. I don't know what.
In fact, the more you know, that's not related to this, but about medicine, 99% of our antibiotics in America comes from China.
This person or persons were thinking, but I think it was just probably a VPN. Theoretically, he could have also, used a public computer. If it was always on the same IP address, maybe it could have gone to a library, gone to whatever place that was popular with so many people, an airport or a university. Would that be useful to know? Yes. Maybe if it came out of a university, you'd wonder if it was a university student. Airports are kind of a pain in the ass to get to, so I don't know that unless you were going through them, you'd want to bother with that. So a public library might put you in an area. If the person's not very clever and they don't go out of they don't drive far enough away, they could do something stupid, I suppose. My belief is probably a VPN. If you're going to talk about Bitcoin, you probably know what a VPN is. So I don't think they know where the hell this guy is. That one. But on the other hand, he's not that committed a crime that was kind of sloppy. so I don't think he's bright. So I don't even think he understood the Bitcoin thing. So let's go to the second letter, which is this is not a ransom note. It's an anti-ransom note. It's bizarre. Guthrie family. Now we're over the hello. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition, which would indicate that they kind of had a clue that she had physical issues, but not to that extent. We never intended to hurt her.
So now we were talking about how this, what are you expecting from an 84-year-old? You wasn't, we thought we didn't think she was that delicate, if you will. But how does this say? We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. She is buried in nature now. Now, obviously, they would know she had a pacemaker, defibrillator, because you can see it. But we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. To me, this could be something to throw it off, that they really didn't know how delicate Nancy really was. If this person or people did not know her, right? If they were just seeing Nancy and Savannah. But it could also be they're saying we just didn't know how delicate she really was, but they actually did. I mean, an 84-year-old who, can't make it to the mailbox most days.
It's not our intention. They're doing a lot of intending here. And I do believe that being what I think is a legitimate kidnapping, I do believe they just thought they would kidnap her, just keep her someplace and keep their faces covered, and they would get their Bitcoin, and then they just drop her someplace, and that would be that. She perished shortly after she was taken.
Appreciate you.
And I believe that's true, because I think that screwed up everything, because there's no proof of life after that if anybody asked for it. They didn't ask, nobody did ask for it, but I think she was dead too quickly to even consider that. We believe it was heart related. So they're trying to say we didn't kill her. We didn't harm her in any way. All we did was remove her from the house. And we're keeping.
That's going to be a big argument for the defense. If this is ever prosecuted, they're going to say to the jury, look, they just meant, for instance, if this was for ransom, they're going to say, look, they were in a hard time. They were just trying to get money. Look, on the letter that they wrote, they were being compassionate. They said, we're so sorry. We hope you find peace. We didn't know she was this ill. She died, of natural causes. She thinks she had a heart attack. They did not unalive her. They did not unalive her. Nature, it just happened. That's what they're going to argue.
Her nicely, and then she just, and so therefore, it's not our fault. We didn't murder her. They want the law enforcement to know they did not murder her. I think they want the law enforcement to know that more than the family, because in case they're caught, they don't want to be charged with a homicide, although they will be anyway, because they were committing a felony while she died, and the felony contributed to her death. So good luck with that. Let's see. She is buried in nature now.
Anything is possible.
Interesting way of stating that. Basically, they're trying to give the family a nice viewpoint. In other words, she got a nice burial. She's in a beautiful place. So you don't need to get her body back. You don't need to pay her body we put in a shallow grave. Which is probably what it is. And somebody may walk across it one day. A hiker, a dog walker, a hunter may trip over a body one day, because probably they didn't put that much effort into it, but they probably did put her in nature. And let's see what else we have here. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you can all find peace. We are truly sorry. Now, that is the weirdest darn thing ever, because psychopathic criminals who kidnap a woman like Nancy Guthrie, a peaceful, happy, older woman. I won't say elderly because I'm closing in.
I love that.
To do that kind of thing, it's pretty. You think that's kind of psychopathic, and if you're willing to do that, do you really give a crap that she died? Do you really give a crap that her family is suffering?
You don't give a damn.
Probably not. But they
give a damn about
within
you.
a few days they apologize to the family, which is bizarre. Then this makes a lot of people think, oh my God, that means that our own family's involved with it, and maybe one of the family is basically confessing to the other part of the family, like maybe the daughter and her husband are confessing to Savannah, Mom's dead, but we don't want you to feel bad about it. It was just a heart attack, and we didn't mean it, and sorry about that. Hope you get peace. I think it's going to go berserko. People are going to go berserko on that. But I think it's more likely that these are amateur kidnappers who, for whatever reason, thought they could get away with something like this, and they were going to release her, and they weren't going to kill her. They weren't horrible, and they were just going to get this money, and it would be really cool. And then she died on them.
Guys, look at this. Look at this. Someone just sent this to me. We were talking about the Native American communities. This was Salt River, Pima, Maricopa Indian community. Grieves passion. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Indian, like India. Let's look at this. Credit goes to ABC 15.
Maricopa Indian community standing together in unity to grieve Passion Schurz, the 28-year-old found dead over the weekend. Now, so many relatives, families, children are enveloping Schurz family with love and support, as together this community is feeling the pain of losing that young mother.
Beneath the full moon, the flicker of candlelight, as hundreds share memories of a mother, daughter, sister, and friend.
Beautiful young lady.
I'm surprised they put Indian community, because they're Native Americans. We don't call them Indians anymore.
breaks my heart because she was only 28 years old.
Schurz was last seen on March 19th near her family home in the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community. This candlelight vigil Wednesday held just 2 miles away after her body was recovered from a canal in Scottsdale on Saturday morning.
It's devastating for all of us.
Schurz leaves behind 2 little girls. Family speaking at the vigil on a high school football field, including Scherz's mother, Anna Anderson. Last week, she spoke with me one-on-one about the weight of her daughter going missing.
I've done actual, literal footwork on this reservation looking for her, and all I want, to know is that she's okay.
Now, her worst nightmare realized. Scherz's cause of death is still unknown. Scottsdale police taking over the death investigation say there were no fractures, stab, or gunshot wounds. They
Well, how the hell did she end up in a canal?
say it could be weeks before the medical examiner determines how Passion died and police understand how she ended up in the canal.
It's going to be a big struggle.
Well, the only reason we call them Indians is because Christopher Columbus thought that he was in India. So that's how they got Indians.
I think that's the worst thing for a parent to lose their child. I really do, because it's happened before in our family too.
While the circumstances around Scherz's case are unclear, people at her vigil said one trend remains clear: the tragic deaths of too many young people in their tribal community.
I have 3 more relatives that it's happened to. 7
Let me tell you something. Chris McDonough from the interview room, he does a lot of work for the Native American communities because there is a lot of things that goes on there.
Years ago, my son was murdered out here. And it's very emotional. We're going to find ways to make our community better, ways to make sure, people are searched for.
Do you hear so many deaths, right? For me, Indian usually referred automatic reservation casino.
Now they say goodbye to another young woman.
It's about laying baby girl to rest. It's emotional. It's devastating because it's an epidemic. It's a crisis that we have out here.
Waiting for answers. For ABC 15 Arizona, I'm Jane Caffrey.
Yeah. So this poor girl, there's a lot of things that happens on those reservations. A lot of things. So yeah, it's craziness. All right, guys, thank you all so much for joining me. I told you it was going to be a long one. There seems to be so many deaths this year all over. It seems crazier than past years, maybe because newer events stick out more. I don't think it's any different, in my opinion, but what about the highway where all the Native American girls go missing? The Trail of Tears, yeah. Was PG's mask, etc., traced to a transaction? Not that we're aware of. FY. Nope. I'm sure that they're working on that, but not that we're aware of. So, all right, guys. Yes, there's bad traffic, but yes, there's a lot of things that goes on there, for sure. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me. I do appreciate you. Special thanks to mods, members, chat, every single one of you. Thank you for taking out time of your valuable day and spending some time with me. I do appreciate it. Time is very precious. Thank you, guys. Take good care of yourself. Hug your loved ones. You only get so many trips around the sun. Good night. God bless.